the record button. Well, it looks like we've got a fair amount of people present.
All right, well, welcome everybody. We do the roll call first, or should I do my welcome and introduction? Welcome.
Okay.
Why don't we do a roll call first?
Okay. Michael Baranek,
I'm here.
Eric Bedell, Christopher Burrows, CJ Brockway,
Yes.
Martin Connor, Mike Fowler,
I'm here.
Patrick Hayes, Gary Hickinen,
Here.
Scott Henderson,
Here.
Chris Holliday, Luke Howard, Dwayne Johnlin,
Hello.
Elizabeth Joyce, Bill Kraus, John Lang,
Morning.
Mike McGivern,
Good morning.
Allian Montpelier,
Present.
Henry Odom, Eric Olnon, Andrew Poltorak,
Hello, here.
Irina Rasputinas,
Here.
David Reddy,
Hi there. Here.
Lisa Rosenau,
Good morning. Here.
Poppy Storm,
Here.
Gavin Tenold,
Good morning.
Sean Vig, Amy Wheelis,
Morning.
Okay, so we do have a quorum.
Krista, I didn't hear my name. Eric Bedell is present.
Okay,
Sorry about
Chris Burrows is always here. I jumped on a minute late.
okay, anybody else who's on the tag that missed their name?
I'm not on the tag, but Levi Snow, JC Wright Lighting present.
Is there anybody else present who would like to be recognized? Okay, Chell, back to you.
All right, well, welcome and thank you all. Can't thank you enough for being part of this effort. We're gonna spend nearly every Friday together from now until August, maybe even through August, depending upon how quickly we can get through all this. crafting the next code. And unfortunately, because the code was delayed, we're just starting to see the results of the 2018 code now. So we don't have as much hindsight as we normally do when we craft the next code. So I'm going to go through some rules first, and then the goals for what this group is going to do over the next few months. Rules, we follow Robert's rules for meetings. That means people make motions, second motions, vote on them. There's lots of other rules, and you can Google that or Bing that or whatever you want to do if you're interested, or you can ask questions at any point. We're going to follow the procedures, but if you have questions about the procedures, we can always answer those. This is going to be virtual. It's actually easier in some ways. There's advantages and disadvantages. No commuting is pretty awesome. But it's also very difficult to see if we're nearing consensus. Normally I would look around the room and I would see heads nodding and not eyes rolling. And it's really hard to see heads nodding with your cameras all off. So please get in touch with your inner teenager and use the emoticons. Those are under reactions. So if you see on the bottom of your screen or perhaps your top, there's reactions, and under there are a couple of really important things like clapping hands, which is a positive sign, thumbs up, the heart if you really like something, and like the party if maybe we pass an important thing. So please use those, because that tells me that we're reaching consensus on something and ready to move it forward. Or if you don't like it, you can also put up this red X and say, hey, I really disagree with what's going on. And if I see lots of red X's, then hey, we need to stop and reconsider something. You can also use the green check mark as well. At certain points, unmuting and talking is great. But if that gets too unruly with 30 people in the room, we're going to have to go with hand raising. So please start by raising your hand, and I will call on you in the order in which I see you raising your hand. But at certain points, if you just have a couple things to respond, just unmute and say it, and I'll cut you off if it's getting too unruly for that. Other than this soliloquy, please no soliloquies. We don't want to hear your life story. We don't need to hear the entire history of the energy code. What we want is relevant technical feedback on the proposals in front of us, or strategy. That's fine as well. But please make it as brief as possible so we don't need to go into August. We have about 150 proposals is what Krista said. So let's be respectful of everybody's time. If you agree with someone who has just said something, all you need to do is say, I agree, and I have one thing to add. Please do that instead of reiterating why you agree with the previous person, because that can just take a long time. And we want to hear from everybody. But if you can use your emoticons, your reactions, that will be so much faster for everybody, and we can get out of here and get the important things done and spend the time on really the substantive discussions. I've planned, since this is a long time, to take a half-hour break between 11 and 11:30. That allows time for lunch, and then allows for stretching or whatever you need to do, and then sometimes for people to help recraft their proposals or whatever. And check your email. We're going to strategize the various meetings to cover topics. This one is lighting today. Other meetings might have one or more topics. All of the meetings will probably have homework at the end of it for a few people to go back and revise their proposals, or to look at somebody else's proposal and come up with better language or something like that. Another rule, we're not allowed to email the entire group. So if you get an email from Krista, do not reply all. That's considered a meeting, and we have to have all our meetings public. And if you reply all, then it's not public. Please stay on mute the entire time unless you're speaking. Almost every meeting I've been in, somebody is having a side conversation and not on mute. Cameras can be on or off at your discretion. If you're going to talk for a while, or if you're the proponent, please turn on your camera so we can see you. But if not, then feel free to have your camera off. It's your choice. Please talk to your alternate, if you have one, about meetings you cannot attend. We want all the viewpoints represented. If you don't have an alternate, then you can just let Krista or I know if you can't attend a meeting, and that'll be important, because nothing is more frustrating than having almost enough people show up for a meeting and then not having a quorum, so we can't vote on anything. The overall process we're going to follow is the code proposals were due June 1st. So then in the ideal world, the State Building Code Council refers all the proposals to the TAG. They haven't done that yet, but we're still meeting anyway, and I'll get to that in a minute. Then we craft the energy code over the next couple of months to meet the mandates. Then we hand it back to the MVE committee. The MVE committee, Mechanical, Ventilation, and Energy, then makes any changes and is likely to send it back to the Building Code Council. The council will then publish the draft and it'll open it up for public comment, hold a few hearings, and then eventually vote to make this the new 2021 Commercial Energy Code, effective July 1, 2023. At any point, the TAG could get brought back in to provide input on anything. But largely, we're going to be done with a commercial code by the end of July, or perhaps August if we need more time to consider it. So that's the overall process that we're going to follow. So as part of this process I just mentioned, we haven't actually been officially referred the proposals by the State Building Code Council. So we can't officially vote to accept any proposals today, but we can do everything else. And that's what we're going to do. We're going to go through questions, perhaps kick a few back to the proponents for more information or revisions, perhaps hold a provisional vote to see where the TAG stands on these, and hopefully get through most of the lighting proposals today. We'll come back to it later for sure, but ideally today we get through the hairier issues. Anything else to add on procedure, Krista?
Lisa just asked if we would be voting using the yes, no marks or by voice vote.
Does the recording include the check marks? Do you know?
I don't know.
I don't think it would. So, and the votes have to be. Well, I guess we could do a voice vote by saying all in favor say aye. If we have nays, then we have to probably do a roll call vote. But my guess is we do a voice vote simply because we're trying to achieve consensus on these things. For the thornier issues, we'll have a roll call vote, but I think most of them will have a voice vote. Yeah, and I think it needs to be recorded, and so I'm guessing we couldn't just use the check marks. Oh, the other thing about raising your hand and check marks is the check marks and the raised hand stay up until you put them down. So if you raise your hand, you'll go to the top of my list, and once you ask your question, please lower your hand, or else you'll stay up there. Okay, so goals. What are we going to do? So we have an integrated draft that many of you helped put together, and we are going to accept or reject or modify the 150 code proposals to that, and send that to the Building Code Council. We have a couple of legislative mandates that have been in place for many years, and I'm just going to go through those quickly. So we have to achieve an energy use reduction of 70% by the 2030 codes, which is 4 cycles away, including the 2021 code that we're working on today. You'll hear my cat from time to time too. I'm going to share my screen just to show kind of the progress we're making on that. So you see my screen, I assume? Okay, so we have to achieve a 70% reduction by the 2030 codes. Thank you for the thumbs up, Eric. That's helpful. So the straight red line is the line that shows a painful path where we don't do much at the beginning, and then by the end, we're doing 20 to 30% energy use reductions every cycle. The curved line is where we do, I think it's 8% a cycle it's 14% of the reduction from the previous code each cycle. So we want to stay on the blue path. You can see this is 2006, which is our baseline for the 70% reduction, and 2030, where we're hitting 70% reduction, which is, we're minus 70 is 30%. You can see that we're not on track at all. With the residential code, we're somewhere between the two lines and we're doing okay. With the commercial code, which is this kind of dark green line, we're nowhere near. We're way behind in terms of this report and the analysis that went into this report. So that means we need to get more aggressive with the energy code proposals that we accept. And we need to keep this in mind. It would be irresponsible for us to not deliver something to the Building Code Council that is not in line with getting us to the legislative mandate for energy use reduction. So by the calculations I have, we need to hit 19% energy use reduction every cycle between now and 2030 in order to get to the 30%. That's down here with the commercial code. 19%. That's a lot. And then the same report, which I urge you to check out, also contains the energy use reductions by typology. So you can see some of them, like retail, have hit about a 50% energy reduction already, which is kind of in line with what we're supposed to be doing. And other things like multifamily mid-rise are way behind. And then some of the healthcare ones, and you can see some of these other ones are also way behind. So as we consider what energy use reductions we're doing, we also need to target certain typologies that have so far lagged in terms of the energy use reductions. So there's a couple other facts I want to bring to the fore, which is the electricity sector in the state will be fossil fuel free, or at least offset by 2030, and will be 100% renewable by 2045 based on state mandate. The gas industry, I have yet to see a plan to get to fossil fuel free with any end date. I've seen, perhaps 5 or 10% maximum of fossil fuel free from the gas industry. Because there is another state mandate, which is fossil fuel free by the 2030 code as well. So biogas would probably be accepted under that, but fossil and fracked gas would not be acceptable under that. So those are our kind of dual RCW legislative requirements for where we go. And really the only path to get to fossil fuel free by 2030 involves electrification. And since the market responds to the signals we put in this code, the equipment, the practices, the labor, and the training, this is a significant transformation of industry that we need to lead, and we can lead by crafting this code. So we need to be aggressive with each of the next 3 cycles so that the 2030 code can meet the dual targets. We'll need both incremental improvements in the efficiency of equipment and standards, as well as new sections in the code in order to get to the 2030 target. So we'll consider both kinds of proposals, obviously. And then lastly, before I get to Lisa's question right there, the state mandates on costs say that any new measures, standards, or requirements adopted must be technically feasible. That's kind of one of our jobs, is to make sure it's technically feasible, commercially available, and developed to yield the lowest overall cost to the building owner and occupant while meeting the energy reduction goals. So there does not need to be, all proposals do not need to be cost effective, and the code itself does not need to be cost effective. It can be and maybe will be, but it doesn't need to be per the state mandates. It just needs to be the lowest cost way of getting to the state energy use mandates. Lisa.
Hi, thanks. And thanks, Shell, for being our fearless leader on this process. It's going to be a fun journey. Just for the benefit of the group, with regards to the energy targets that we're pursuing, can you just touch on the difference, or if there is a difference between increased stringency versus expanded scope.
What do you mean by expanded scope?
Meaning that we're covering different, expanding the building types that might be required to meet a particular criteria, or we're expanding into system types that were formerly unregulated.
And I think that will, I'm going to share again, okay, Krista. And I think that's acceptable. The way that this report was done, and the way that I kind of agree that this should be done, is that the reduction can be done by multiplying the fraction of total floor area by the energy use reduction. So if we reduce less in, I'm just going to pick a couple of things here. If we reduce less in small hotels, for example, because it's only 0.7% of our building stock, but we increase efficiency in unrefrigerated warehouses, which is 14.2% of our stock, we can still get to a blended average of the 70% reduction. I don't read the legislative mandate as saying every building needs to be a 70% reduction, but it's the building stock as a whole that needs to be a 70% reduction. So to answer your question specifically, yes, I think, expanding TSPR, for example, to more building types, that reduces energy use across the state, even if it didn't get more stringent. That kind of thing. Yeah, so I think any and all of those options that will reduce some buildings, all buildings, energy use is acceptable. Does that answer your question, Lisa?
Yeah, generally it does. And I think that it was just for the benefit of the group that, some of the proposals that are going to be rolling in are going to be taking on areas of the code or items within buildings that were not regulated before. And so, they have a very high opportunity potentially, because we're getting into areas of the code we didn't cover before. So it's my only comment.
Very true. Moving unregulated loads into regulated loads and then reducing the energy use within those is part of the legislative mandate, I think. So yes, moving unregulated loads into regulated loads and reducing them, that helps us on our path to 70% energy use reduction. Okay, so lastly, to get to the state mandates, there are lots and lots of proposals that probably have 1% or less energy savings associated with them. These are important, but are probably not going to get us to 19% this cycle. There are only a few substantive ways to get to the 19% threshold that I've seen. First, the widespread use of heat pumps for space heating and water heating will have a huge impact, especially on some typologies, and is probably necessary to get to the 19% this cycle. Second, the C406 table can have a huge impact and offers flexibility. So I think that's another pathway to help us get there. But the C406 table is so complicated and will be so complicated to address as a group and modify as a group that I think we'll need to kick that back to proponents and have lots of people kind of help with crafting that outside of this group, and then feedback from this group on that. So those are two of the ways I see as us getting to the 19%, is lots of small proposals and then a few of the big ones that I mentioned. But I haven't seen all the proposals yet. There's 150 of them and I've only seen the lighting one. So with that, are there any questions about procedure? Any questions about our legislative mandates before we get into lighting? Any more comments? Any comments, Krista? Lisa, your hand is still up.
This is Krista. I don't have anything.
Okay, all right. Well, thanks everybody. And let's get into, I guess, review and approve agenda. Are there any comments on the agenda? Okay, I'll entertain a motion.
Motion to approve the agenda.
Second? Is there a second?
Amy, second.
Okay, we have Any further discussion? All right, all in favor of approving the agenda, say aye.
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 Any opposed? Okay, agenda is approved. Meeting minutes from March 12th, 2021, when we reviewed the integrated draft and finalized that. Any comments on the meeting minutes? Okay, I'll entertain a motion to approve.
So moved. This is Dwayne.
Second, this is Amy.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Okay, all in favor of approving the minutes as written, say aye.
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 Any opposed? All right, flying colors, we have consensus. On the minutes. Okay, now we get to the exciting part, the lighting proposals. We have, Chris has put these in order of the code section, which seems a very reasonable way to go through them. I heard from Diana that she has to leave at 10 and she wanted to talk about C405.3. It gives us an hour. I guess we probably wouldn't get to C405.3 within an hour. Is this, can we cover C405.3 first and then go in order? Does that seem like a good way to go? Please use your emoticons. Seem like a good way to go. Okay, awesome. Let's do C405.3. And then we will start at C405.2 and go through the proposals in order. Diana, did you want to describe this at all or provide any guidance on this?
Yeah, yeah, Shel, sorry, I was unclear what the protocol was. So the proposal is to increase or establish lighting efficacy standards for lighting for plant growth in both indoor growing spaces and greenhouses. Indoor agricultural energy use is projected to grow substantially nationwide, driven in large part by the legalization of medical and recreational marijuana. And the majority of luminaires in these applications are inefficient high-pressure sodium and metal halide fixtures. And in indoor agricultural applications, approximately 40% of the building load is from lighting because the lights are often left on 12 to 24 hours a day. Because of the large opportunity for energy savings, California, Illinois, Minnesota, and Massachusetts have already begun regulating this use of energy for indoor horticultural applications. And they're doing it by using a new metric called photosynthetic photon efficacy, or PPE, which is used to describe the efficacy of lighting for plant growth in micromoles per joule. So we say lumens are for humans, PPE are for plants. The proposed efficacy standard of 1.9 micromoles per joule can easily be met by the most efficient double-ended high-pressure sodium lamps and almost all LED luminaires on the market, and it's the current standard proposed for Title 24 in indoor growing applications. And the standard for 1.7 micromoles per joule for greenhouses can be met by using the more efficient double-ended high-pressure sodium lamps. The amendment has an exception for accepting, there's an exception that buildings with no more than 40 kilowatts of aggregate horticultural lighting load are accepted from this requirement to help minimize the financial burden on small growers. This amendment was found to be very cost effective. The additional cost is on average $43 per square foot of canopy for indoor applications, and $17 incremental cost per square foot for greenhouses. And there's a pretty high cost benefit ratio of $6 to $7.30 gained in operating and maintenance costs for every dollar spent on upgrading the fixtures. Yes, that's the basic introduction to the proposal. And if you have any questions, let me know.
Thanks, Diana. Are there any questions or comments from anybody on the proposal? Lisa?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for the presentation. What was the basis of the 40 kW exception? It seems like a kind of a high exception. I understand that we're still talking about small growers, but is there a study within the state of Washington of how, like what percentage of the growing operations in Washington state would that exempt from this requirement? Thanks.
There's no study in Washington. The exception was made in California when California was talking to industry stakeholders to minimize the impact on the small growers. But if Washington were concerned about the exception, and then I would be okay with removing it.
Dwayne?
Thanks. One thing I just wanted to mention is that we'll need to remove the reference that we already have in 405.4.1 to plant growth areas, right? To reinsert this. And didn't see that striking there. I want to go along with Lisa that this is like the EUI for a 1,000 square foot grow facility is something like the EUI for a 12,000 square foot office. So it's a pretty big exception, I would say. I like the idea of having a threshold for, to get to real little things, but maybe 10 kW. In fact, I don't know if we're making motions, but make that smaller would be good. And I'd also like to say that's just about exactly the language that we have in the current Seattle code, which we also took from NBI, I'm pretty sure.
Thanks, Dwayne. I guess procedurally, Krista, we can mark these things up today if we kind of achieve consensus about what we want to do. Is that correct?
Yes.
Well,
Okay.
then I would make a motion that we change that 40 to a 10.
Do we need to make motions, or can you just ask Diana if it would be acceptable to modify the proposal? I guess I don't know at what point we need a motion, and at what point we can just say, hey, is it seem worthwhile to just drop it to 10 or 5 or something?
Perhaps I could say, I think that 10 would be good. Do I hear objections?
I think that's a good way to put it.
Dwayne, that would be fine with me.
CJ?
Yes, thank you. And actually, I think this is really great. I really appreciate the material that's been presented here, Diana, and I agree with Lisa and Dwayne's comments about the reduction in the project size to be able to have to comply with this. I do, just because I have recently had to run some calculations for the Woodland Park Zoo, I have been looking at products that are able to actually provide this specific amount of spectral energy, which is necessary for plants for that application. And we were really struggling with being able to get, there just weren't as many products in the marketplace as we needed for certain types of applications. And so I guess I'm just wanting to double check that, if you're talking about racks of marijuana plants, it sounds like there absolutely are these like LED bars that you can use to do that sort of a thing. However, are there other types of plants that are, say, larger vine-like or taller plants where you can't use those LED light bars and you actually need to use more the high pressure sodium style product because it has a different optical distribution? I guess I'm just wondering to what extent this is just taking what's done in California, or if there's been some studies on NBI's part to look at the specific optical distributions of different products that are in the marketplace to make sure that we're able to actually accomplish the things that the growers would need to do if you're not just making, growing weed.
Could I briefly respond to that? That when I was looking at it for Seattle, the 1.9 allowed for both the better quality double-ended HID fixtures and pretty much all of the LED fixtures. And that was the main concern, that some growers really depend on having both types for the different kinds of growing. So that I don't think was even controversial in California.
I will say in California, they originally proposed 2.1 micromoles per joule, which would eliminate the double-ended high pressure sodium. And after talking with the industry, they moved it back to 1.9 to allow the higher efficacy double-ended high pressure sodium, which, as you know, does have a different light distribution. And that's also part of the reason they have that 1.7 micromoles per joule for greenhouses, because the LED luminaires can shade the plants in a greenhouse. So you didn't want, those broad luminaires in a greenhouse. We did not do a study on the light distribution and how that affects different plant types. But I will say that, as Dwayne mentioned, because the 1.9 allows for the high pressure sodium lamps, that it shouldn't eliminate anything that growers are currently using.
Okay, just checking, just wanted to ask the question. Thank you.
I think Chris had his hand up next.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask a little bit more about the switching from 40 to 10 kW. Is there something that's built on? For example, if we have it at 10K, does that eliminate basically all small growers? Or is somebody going to have a grow facility under 10K that exemption would do anything for?
10K would allow for like 200 to 250 square feet of growing space.
Okay, that makes sense.
Mike Kennedy?
Yeah, I just checked, as Dwayne brought up, that there is an existing 405.3, which requires, with no exception, plant growth lighting to be a 1.6. So I wonder whether the exception should just not be a total exception, but say that they're allowed to go to 1.6. And I almost wonder whether that kilowatts should be an area. Just seems like the kilowatts would be, it's going to be hard to verify necessarily in the permit stage.
There is, in the 2021 IECC, there is a new requirement that wasn't in the 2018 code, requiring 1.6, which was advocated for by NBI. But after seeing progress in other states and requiring higher efficacy levels, we'd recommend a higher. This is why we're recommending a higher efficacy level for Washington State.
Right. No, what I was saying was I was just the exception for 10 kW is, I guess I'm thinking that could be buildings with no more than 10 kW of aggregate horticultural lighting load may install lighting at 1.6. That would keep the current requirement for those, which it's applicable to all grow facilities.
I see. I would be fine with that as well.
Okay. Are there any more comments on this? Have we resolved it to the group's satisfaction? Lisa, and Mike, your hand is still up.
Yes, thank you. So as a part of this process, to what Dwayne mentioned earlier, it honestly this with the additional lighting controls part of the code, or any other area of the code that this topic touches on where coordination would be necessary.
I believe the 2021 ICC has requirements for lighting controls for luminaires for plant growth applications. When Title 24 was updating their code, they added lighting control requirements, but we didn't see a need to for the 2021 ICC.
Also, I might add that we're predominantly have fully indoor grows that don't have any outdoor lighting, and the lighting schedule is controlled by the grower very precisely for a certain number of hours off and on, and so it's there wouldn't be any controls for occupancy sensors or daylight sensors. It's just their timer, so it really doesn't make sense to impose any other controls on them.
Lisa, did that, your hand still up? Does that answer your question?
Actually, sorry, I was looking really quickly. The other comment that Dwayne had that I think we should take a quick peek at, again, this is, what's the responsibility of the town to make sure these details are. Oops. And that is for any extension.
Ellen Montpellier, can you mute, please?
There we go. I was scanning through the code real quickly. There's one other reference to plant growth that I was going to check really quick, and I'll come back in just a second. But my main question is it the responsibility of the TAG to correlate any details that should be coordinated that the proposal did not cover? That's more of a generic question.
Yeah, and I think the answer to that is we can ask the proponent to go back and correlate things and come back with a couple of correlation things. It is certainly, we want to deliver to the code council, the building code council, a code that is correlated. We can, I think it would be a waste of our time or a misuse of our time if we took all 32 people and tried to correlate within 32 people. So I would suggest we ask Diana or others to correlate this to everything else and then come back with what that correlation is or suggested correlations.
Yeah, we could definitely do that. Confirm the lighting control requirements for plant growth.
That sounds great, Diana. Mike Kennedy had his hand up next.
Yeah, the one place I found that maybe needs to be adjusted is in the lighting power calculation section. And item 12, it's going through the list of exempt lighting types underneath the equation. This is 405.4.1. And number 12 is plant growth lighting with a lamp efficacy of less than 90 lumens per watt. So I don't know whether there's whether all of the lamps in this category we're talking about here, whether they're all over 90 lumens per watt. But it might be good to just adjust 12 so that it was in the same PPE units.
Agreed, Mike. Yeah, we can look at that too.
Great. Irina,
Hi, this is my first meeting, so I have a question and let me know.
sure.
I might have a comment following that question. What is the timeline for this proposal in terms of like when it'll get implemented?
So this would be, the code would go into effect July 1, 2023.
Okay.
So yeah, one thing
that-
about lighting is the code is always way behind lighting because lighting advances in the years between when the code is adopted and things are technically feasible and the time that it's widespread a couple of years later. So that's an inherent kind of challenge we face.
Okay, that's helpful. That makes my comment move. Thanks.
All right. Okay, so we've given Diana a bit of homework. Are there any other things that we should comment on this before we move to the next one?
So a question for you, Chell. When Diana comes back and she's made those two little adjustments, do we have to do this discussion again? Is it going to come back up for more talk, or can we just say she did what we told her and vote at that point?
I guess my strict interpretation of procedure would be that it comes back up and we say, yeah, we covered this earlier and these are the comments, these are the changes made in it. Is there any further discussion? And hopefully we don't need to relitigate everything we've talked about today. But if we do, I guess we do, and hopefully we can get through, all the lighting proposals to that extent today, and then ask, I guess, really briefly go through each one at a future meeting and ask if there are any questions of those. I don't know. Do you see a better way, Dwayne?
I'm not sure. I'm hoping that for all of our sakes, we can translate what all the talk we're doing now into being really efficient and quick next time we meet.
Yeah, that's my hope as well. Yeah, so I think when Diana comes back with her homework, we will need to discuss that briefly. But my hope is everything we discussed today will not need to be rediscussed when we are actually able to vote on this, and perhaps we can even vote on it as a somewhat integrated package. Irina, your hand is still up.
Sorry, I'll put it down.
Okay, you're not the first. Okay, well, with that, we have some homework. We have one change shown on the screen, and we will move on to the next one, which is C405.2. We have 4 proposals for that. So we'll move. So you'll notice if you downloaded the packet of 2021 commercial lighting proposals, there is a log number associated with each one. And so we'll refer to them often by the last number in there. So this will be proposal 76, I think is the one we're going to review next. So there's 76, 124, Dwayne's is unnumbered, and then 126 that are all about 405.2. So is the proponent for proposal 76 in the virtual room? One of the
I don't think so, Cal.
Okay, is there anyone who can speak to this proposal? Okay, there's no one who can speak to it. Why don't we move to the next one? And if
I'm sorry, this is Michael Meyer. I apologize. I'm having to do this remotely on a phone. Can you remind me what this proposal was?
it's C405.2 interior lighting allowance. And this one was Haley Ojama of Blanca Lighting Design proposed.
Okay.
Are you aware of this one, or?
I read it. I'm not the one, so I just want to make sure you were kind of given a last request. So I just want to make sure it wasn't mine. My apologies. Thank you.
Okay, no worries. No, any questions are good questions. CJ.
Yeah, I guess I was really hoping that the proponent could speak to it. We did actually discuss this as a group. So I generally understand the gist of it. I think that it would be best if people could actually read this on their own before we review it again next time. But to summarize very briefly, we're running into challenges where we have space types which basically the code reviewer has to give it or assume the LPA based on the word that's used on the architect's plan for the type of space that it is described to be. However, the actual space is, say, maybe it's a church space and it's being, used in many, many, many other functions. Therefore, we end up having layers of light or different luminaires that need to be able to serve the sort of worst case scenario use of the space. But from a code perspective, we have to just basically have an LPA for it, which is the baseline that is described by a single word on the sheet. So I think Lucretia and Helly are trying to find a way to allow us to actually be able to have an LPA that is appropriate for a multiple use space. The specific text that they've underscored in their suggested addition to the code, I think could be wordsmithed a little bit. For example, I don't think the word should be in there. I think it could be may be used. But that's the general gist of this, this code change proposal.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I think to your suggestion, let's table this and get back to it when the proponent is available to provide a rationale and then accept modifications to it. So let's move on to 124, lighting controls. Mike Kennedy, you're up, and Dwayne, you're on deck, to use a baseball analogy.
This is a proposal currently in contiguous open office areas. We over 5,000 or larger than 5,000 square feet. We require them to have occupancy sensor controls that dim the lights. And this is just a proposal to up that requirement to require LLC controls with high-end trim or task tuning. Rather than the requirement that's there now. It was found to be fairly cost effective based on cost and savings from some NIA studies and the OFM calculator. And it impacts just the general lighting in the space. So that's the proposal.
Thanks, Mike. Lorena?
I guess my question is about specifying LLC versus just networked lighting controls. What was the rationale there?
I guess the more individual control, right? The network lighting control could still have pretty large zones. The LLC is an independent, finer grid, I guess, and generally has some additional savings, at least. There's not great data in new construction, to be honest. Most of the big field studies have been done on existing buildings.
Yeah, I mean, I think others here might have expertise on this, but I don't believe that NLC, that non-luminaire level controls have less, individual, I think the network controls that aren't luminaire level can still control individual luminaires.
But the sensing isn't by per luminaire, right? I mean, they're sharing, you've got groups of a number of fixtures that are sharing, say, the occupancy sensor or the light sensor.
Yeah, I think it depends on the installation, how the sensors are
Right,
set up.
right.
So I guess like it would, you would be able to have luminaire level when needed. But
Irina, this is Chris with Neo. I don't understand what you're saying. Network lighting controls, if they've got a sensor in every fixture, it's defined as LLC. So
right, I guess
you
what I'm
can,
saying is that they can't have sensors in the fixtures that need to be controlled or near the fixtures that need to be controlled. I guess my question is around specifying LLC everywhere.
yeah, I mean, the big thing is it's greater savings, and we're showing significantly greater savings, right? I mean, like not quite double, but darn close. So, I mean, that's to me, that's the big reason. We've had multiple studies that are out there showing that network lighting controls done the way they typically do with a single sensor that controls multiple fixtures, and between daylighting and occupancy and all that kind of stuff, you're finding that it's, about the same as what you would find as dual controls, which is around 30-35%. And luminaire level in office alone is coming in closer to 62-65%. So you're getting greater savings because you have that granularity of sensors in your, and it's not that the fixtures can't be controlled individually with network lighting controls. It's that you have the controllability and the sensors down to the end node of the system, which is the final fixture, versus a group of fixtures.
CJ.
Yeah, so I think what I understood Irina was trying to get at was that we wanted to better understand if this is suggesting that other strategies aren't able to save energy. Because the problem that I have with this is that this is mandating a specific design approach, and I don't believe that that's what our code should be doing. I think that we might want to, in an office environment that is 5,000 square feet or larger, utilize a strategy which would not be a luminaire level lighting control scenario, because of the fact that maybe you don't want to have a light that's located over every single workstation, over groups of workstations in that same manner. Maybe you want to have something that's, gently uplighting the ceiling in a scenario that is very, very low light level. And especially with the changing styles of office work that we have right now, we don't necessarily have lights that are just giving your workstation a downlight in an area. So I think that my biggest problem with this is that this is mandating a specific design approach, and I don't think that that's what our code should be doing.
I guess CJ, that brings up a question for me, which is, if LLC is one strategy, is there an equally useful approach or strategy that would get us to the same level?
Okay, with that said, we've listened to our people share their perspectives and ideas on a flexible workplace. So with all of this different
Scott Henderson.
All right.
causes to change.
Okay. Okay. So CJ, you don't agree with this this particular approach, but it did suggest that there's a lot of energy savings here. So we should find a way to get those energy savings, perhaps with a different approach. Levi.
Hey, good morning, everybody. This is my first opportunity to attend this meeting, and so I really appreciate your indulgence. I just wanted to comment that I definitely agree with CJ and our concerns around kind of mandating a specific way of meeting energy savings for the code. And one of the things I wanted to point out is that currently in WSCC 2018 and C405.2.1.3, we already have some really specific targeted energy savings for occupancy sensor control functionality, which does not mandate a specific product type or approach, but it dictates what the the intent for energy savings in that space would be. So it talks about, and you guys are all familiar with it, I'm sure, you know, the office spaces over 300 square feet and how you have to control them in 600 square foot chunks. And it gets really, really specific in how that is to be done. Now, obviously, you can meet that with LLC. And I think the existing options for LLC as a solution to meet the intent of the rest of the code is, as stated currently, is really good because it gives us those options. But as was mentioned by CJ earlier, that lighting design differs from open office plan to open office plan. And on paper, where you have a Troffer product above every single worker in the office, it may make a lot of sense, but from our perspective, that's not always the case, and it causes for a lot of frustration on the design side and confusion on implementing that code directly. So I would propose that the intent of the code be upheld without dictating a specific approach to product.
So Levi,
that's
are you suggesting that, is there an alternate approach that you could imagine having code language that would provide equivalent savings to what we see in front of us? What are you saying?
In additional energy code savings, I mean, again, going back to the stringency, you know, I think looking at section C405.2.1.3 as currently written, you know, there's items in there that could be adjusted, right? So maybe, you know, control granularity of smaller than 600 square foot chunks, or maybe looking at the time delay functions. Things like that could be adjusted to meet that energy savings without mandating a specific product group. You know, one of the other things to mention, and I know that this is probably out of scope of our discussion, but being with a lighting rep and working boots on the ground in the trenches with customers, while LLC is a fantastic energy saving solution, I can't tell you how many open offices that we've done where we get extreme pushback from building owners, facility managers, et cetera, that absolutely despise the individual sensor functionality within their spaces. I mean, you have the Swiss cheese effect, right? Where a checkerboard of lighting that is all kind of doing its own thing. And we get a lot of pushback in that. Where we find some success is using the existing C405.2.1.3 that says, hey, we do need to do these kind of granular chunks of control, and we're getting some more acceptance around that. It just leaves the flexibility there, and increases owner acceptance. Because I can tell you what happens is, in the real world, once we leave the site, all these individual luminaire lighting controls are disabled and all put on a full bright schedule, or all grouped together into one massive zone. So we try to balance that user acceptance and training and keep our options open for that.
Okay, thanks, Levi. Dwayne.
My Seattle Code amendment looked exactly like this until CJ got a hold of me and said, this is too restrictive. And so what you'll see just following is, I think, precisely this wording, except that it gives the option of either using LLC fixtures for open office areas or a network lighting control system. So anyway, that's the option coming up, is that it's this, but instead of just saying LLC only, you get the choice of two different technologies. I don't know, Levi, if that handles your concern.
Yeah, I'd have to look at, I read it briefly before this meeting, but I'd have to look at that item again. I think the real key, as was mentioned by CJ, is just allow that flexibility, right? The code should be written around, in my opinion, around intent and energy savings, not a prescriptive path of this is the way we meet that, because it can't apply. There's too much differentiation between the real world projects, and it just creates confusion. I get calls every day from engineers. Hey, code says this. How do we do this? And it just gets convoluted.
Okay. So it sounds like the very next proposal, which is Dwayne's, is very similar, except with a couple extra words. So why don't we bring that up just so that the group can.
I'd like to say something.
Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, I guess I I know it's in Dwayne's proposal, and I guess my concern, and I get back to something that Levi was just saying of what could we do to 405-213 that would increase its, I mean, is there a set of like changing it to 300 square feet rather than 600 square feet that would be acceptable?
That's a question to Levi and CJ maybe.
Yeah.
My apologies. Yeah, I think that again, back to our stringency conversation, I think that targeting those things talking about intent would be absolutely doable, and it would allow the flexibility of, hey, does LLC work for this application given the lighting design and the luminaires selected, or does a network lighting control system where you're meeting that granularity anyway, but maybe in a different scope, but meeting the intent of those control zones, potentially even, adjusting the time delay. I know the 20 minutes is kind of, connected to IECC and ASHRAE and kind of those standards as well. But I think that there's language that could be played with there that would kind of meet this intent without going too far on the LLC side.
Right. I guess I'm looking for suggestions. I mean, what's acceptable to you guys? I mean, it seems like that's the issue here. If we say 60 square feet, that's just about LLC again, right?
Okay, I'm going to suggest that we take the comments on here, and that Mike, you, and Dwayne, and CJ, and Levi perhaps have a side discussion on what might be an acceptable compromise between the various proposals, and have that outside of this tag and bring it back. It could be between the 11 and 11:30 break, or it could be elsewhere, just to move us along. Irina, you've had your hand up, so go for it.
Just in response to what Dwayne mentioned earlier about amending the language to include both approaches, network lighting controls, and LLC, just kind of a semantic definition. I think LLC is a type of network lighting controls, and I think of it as a subset of network lighting controls, not necessarily a different technology. That's it.
Okay, thanks. Chris, you have your hand up?
Yeah, the only thing I want to point out is I think it seems like we've been very focused on the occupancy portion of this. And one of the things that we found in the savings with the sensors in more spaces is the daylighting actually increased. We saw increased daylighting savings outside and inside the daylit zones with the sensors and the fixtures. We saw fairly significant daylighting savings outside what we define as daylit zones by having sensors in the fixtures as well, which is not tied to the occupancy in that. And then the other piece, which doesn't typically get written into code and everything, is the high-end trim or task tuning. Those were some really big savings that were put in place that we've seen that don't tie to occupancy. So I just wanted to point that out as other places that it's not all about occupancy that we're seeing that the energy savings is. It's tied to a whole slew of technologies versus, or control strategies versus just occupancy. Thanks.
Okay, great. All right, so Chris and Irina, you can put your hands down if your questions or your comments are made. Dwayne, do you want to talk about the difference between this one and the previous one?
One difference I should mention is that Mike actually did a proper job of evaluating costs and efficacy, unlike me. So we should hang on to his cost information no matter what happens. But you just see at the top there in the yellow highlight, there's a 1.1 or 1.2. The 1.1 is a digital lighting control system, and then the specifications are in that C406 section where we get ordinarily extra credit for that. And then the second one is LLC for that area with those features specified below. And in the Seattle code development, we expanded 2.2 there to say, to clarify that it's okay to have several fixtures controlled together for daylight zones.
Any comments on what Dwayne said? CJ?
Yeah, I'm generally in favor of Dwayne's proposal.
Levi? I know you didn't raise your hand, but
Yeah, I'm generally in favor as well. I'm just reading through and just
I guess for both Dwayne and Mike, do we think there's roughly equal energy savings between the two proposals?
Not at all.
So Mike, are you suggesting that your proposal probably captures more energy savings?
Yeah, the individual, we're talking controlling blocks of 600 square feet versus more, much smaller blocks, and there's a lot of savings associated with that. And apparently, and I can understand that there's some downside to it too, but there are definitely some savings there that we're not going to get as long as we're saying the block's 8 fixtures or 600 square feet, which is what these are. And then also enhanced digital control system. I don't believe it's a networked, probably usually is a network control, but that's not part of the definition. It doesn't have to be networked, I don't believe.
Is enhanced digital lighting control defined somewhere, or an industry term that
is individual? Anyway,
it's what we specified in C406 as that above code option.
Okay, yeah, so it's defined in where it's described in C406.4. David Reddy.
There's no, actually, we'll get into that later. There's no trim requirement in that language or in LLLC, and I think there's proposals to add that in both. So,
okay, David Reddy.
I think I like Mike's proposal better. I think it does add complication in enforcement to have reference to a C406 option here to comply with the mandatory requirements. And then also you have, how do you split this out from if you want to pursue C406.4 for other areas of the building? Seems complicated. And I guess the other comment would be that the LLC seems to give you the maximum flexibility, maybe at additional cost, but it seems like it can satisfy any of the criteria operationally that the owners want, and also offer owners the possibility of the savings if they really want to go after that as well. So it seems like moving in that direction, it makes the most sense.
Thanks, David. Lisa?
Yeah, just a quick question. This particular proposal, which proposal number is this, and was this available in the packet? I'm not seeing this proposal in the packet.
They were grouped together, I think, with mine and Mike's, and it might be that there's certain things from one of our proposals that should be grafted onto the others.
Lisa, I got confused by this too. In the initial log number, there's no link for Dwayne's proposal, but if you page down, all the proposals are attached below.
Thank
Yeah,
you.
use your preview and they're all there, or if you just click on the proponent or the description, it'll take you right to the proposal.
Perfect. Thank you.
Think about it. You gotta think about it,
Okay. Are there, I feel like we have the lighting designers in the room, like the Dwayne proposal better. There's like the Mike proposal better. And it seems like Chris, you are not on mute.
You've been around.
You mute? Or Krista, can you mute? Thanks. These are kind of, so the other CO 405.2 proposal doesn't address this exact issue. So it seems like we could either attempt to come to consensus today on the approach, or we could have the proponents and others sit together and attempt to hash out something. It seems like there's a yawning gap between these two approaches. And so it's not something that could be kind of, I don't know, it doesn't seem like it would be easy to find the middle ground between these. It's either one approach or the other.
Well, I've got a question for Mike Kennedy then. If the group wanted to go with my proposal here, are there some amendments to it that would make you somewhat happier?
Well, I'm intrigued by the idea that the lighting designers might buy into, changes to 405.2.1.3 to get more discrete control. Yeah, I think from what I could tell, and like I say, the data is not great, but there's a lot of energy savings in having finer zones. So the closer we can get this to, LLC on one end and 600 square feet on the other, or 8 fixtures up above, I think that's better. It may be happening, but I think adding a section on high-end trim or task tuning to the enhanced controller language and the LLC language would get it a chunk of the savings too.
So it sounds like if Mike, Dwayne, CJ, Levi, and I think Andrew also wanted to be part of the discussion, we're able to get together, there might be some consensus that could be possible. Does that sound like a good approach?
Sounds good.
Can I be included in that discussion as well?
Yes. We can't have a quorum of tag members, but that doesn't approach a quorum. So who will set up that meeting?
Irina, could you host that?
Yep, I can host that. Can you repeat everyone who's going to be in that meeting? Dwayne, CJ, Mike, Andrew,
Levi. Okay, and reach out to Krista or I if you need contact information for anybody.
Thank you.
Thank you, Irina. Okay, so I think we can move on to the next one, which is C405.2, Mike Kennedy, relocation.
This was just about taking, and maybe we don't need to do this, but all this language at the front, which is just kind of sitting up here at the head of the controls section, and moving it to its own section, C405.2.10, and then just saying that that's an option. I felt like it was cleaner language that way. So that's the one change here. And the other change was to add a high-end trim requirement to the language, which is just a matter of setting the, basically setting the maximum light level of the fixture. It comes, and often they're quite a bit brighter than they need to be to account for future lumen depreciation. And so the maximum light can be trimmed down 15 or even more percent. So that was this high-end trim bit.
Thanks, Mike. David?
I think this makes a lot of sense. I was wondering though, if the requirement that you're adding for the open office might make sense to be included in this new section somehow, because it seems like it's the only place in the initial section where you had specify a requirement separate from the subsequent C405.2 sections.
Yeah, if this was adopted, then, I mean, right now, I think that all the places where LLC is referenced, link to item 2 up there that had all the thing, and it would then, yeah, link definitely to this section. You're thinking of actually adding the office requirement here?
Yeah, because it seems awkward that the office requirement is in that initial introduction section. Whereas it's not embedded in the subsequent sections as all the other lighting control requirements are. Does that make sense?
It makes sense. I can, I think I cannot remember. I think there's a reason why I didn't do that. I can look at it again.
Okay.
All right, Andrew.
Hello. So the high-end trim mic, I don't necessarily disagree with you that we do get a lot of savings, because we do see that, that a lot of the fixtures are brighter when they're being installed, and a lot of the customers want it to be. And we actually require, as a company, that when they use LLC products being installed, that there is the high-end trim used, and typically brought down a minimum of 10 to 15% for that. However, from the lighting design side of things, that could really push someone into a corner on dealing with that. And then what do they specify? Maybe a compromise could be that on that high-end trim, that it's referred back to the lighting power allowance, maybe, to say that it should be adjusted to deliver the required light within table such and such of the LPA. That might be a good compromise. Does that make sense? I think just saying, though, the way that it is, it kind of gets you into a rut when you're trying to do lighting design.
Well, but the LPA table is lighting power, and they're going to be the maximum power of these fixtures. I don't think that
yeah.
I mean, I think
I see what you're saying, right?
I was thinking of more of this as like something that would be kind of like a test and balance on the mechanical side, or the commissioning, where there's basically a step that has to be gone through to adjust. And I didn't specify a percent. And I think actually I've seen I looked at the C406 proposed language, and there's different trim language there, and probably we should have the same trim language in both places.
Yeah, I think it's too vague. I think that high-end trim part. I don't mind having it, but I think it is vague, and it's going to open up a can of worms if it gets in. So maybe that's what we do. Maybe we look at that when it comes up to a proposal on what that percentage for high-end trim is.
Okay, I'll pull that language and this language and send it over to you. And maybe we can work it out at a time.
Okay.
John.
Hi, guys. You might resolve that by adding in the language that luminaires shall be adjusted to deliver the target light level, and tie that back to hopefully what will have been developed as a sequence of operations for each space. That's how I normally express that to people. So hopefully that would help.
So target rather than required.
Yeah, required is fairly vague, right? As I think Andrew was suggesting there, if you tie it back to a sequence of operations document, your target light level in space X is Y. Using the minimum amount of power necessary to achieve the target light level, right?
Target or design.
Or design light level, absolutely. That's another way to phrase it. Absolutely.
Great. There's also a a misspelling right in there. I didn't see who actually went next. Levi?
Yeah, I agree with the comments that were just made about the target and the design light level language for sure. My question is around, we mentioned the design depreciation, and when a lighting designer is putting in fixtures, they are designing for depreciation. And how is that going to be addressed moving forward? If we were to dial, on installation day, all these fixtures down to their actual design light level, and then 5-10 years down the road, they've depreciated below. I mean, is that going to be a problem for designers? Are they going to are we going to have to go back to job sites and dial the lights back up? Or, I mean, it's not going to be, is it going to be handled by the owner? I was just curious in your thoughts on that.
Well, I guess I was thinking they would go in and get adjusted every 5 years or something. I think this 406 language that got adopted was thinking that it might actually occur programmatically, where, and I cannot remember the number, but let's say it's 10 or 15. It has to be down 10 or 15% on startup, and it can't rise more than 1% per year. And I think he's thinking it's thought of as a programmatic adjustment, where you just scale it up 1% a year.
I'm just curious where that comes from. I mean, I'm fairly connected with the manufacturers available today, and I'm not aware of any one that does that in any automatic capacity. So are we advocating that there's return startups that come back every year to reprogram the whole site?
Well, I was thinking of every 5 years, that this would be a pure audit. I doubt if it would happen. I mean, it seems like that's a lot to do every year. But
yeah. Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
I guess also we could ask Andrew what happens in the PSE program if you're requiring high-end trim. What are people typically doing down the road?
Well, we haven't had the program going for 5 years yet. It's been going about 4, and so there hasn't been any reprogramming yet. On our high-end trim, it's at 25%. It's kind of vague. We don't require it, but we do ask when we do the post inspection. We're looking for certain things, that making sure, the aux sensors are working, the daylight sensors are working. Then on high-end trim, that it's set at 25%. So if I haven't ran into a lot of issues from the customer, property managers, or on-site folks that are making those adjustments, I'm having a problem with that. But I do see that if you want to scale it up, the bigger issue would be those 1% increments aren't readily available in all manufacturers. It's usually at minimum that I've seen a 5%. There's 1 or 2 that might be able to give you the 1% increments, but most are around the 5% increments, and even a large manufacturer is 30% increments or something, or something kind of crazy. They give weird numbers. So I think the 1% would be a big challenge.
Great feedback. Lisa.
My comment is just procedural, so perhaps have David Reddy speak first, and then I'll follow him.
Go for it, David.
Just a suggestion, since this ties into commissioning, it sounds like maybe adding in C408.4.1 regarding system testing for lighting controls, just to add a reference to LLC systems as part of the scope, just to make it very clear it's included.
Sounds good, Lisa. And everybody, can you put your hands down when you're done?
Thank you. Again, just as a procedural question. So in this particular proposal, there's 2 details. One which is to move the luminaire level lighting control information into its own separate section, which is some nice cleanup that makes it a little easier for folks to find that information. And then the high-end trim detail, I'll leave it to the experts to work out what's the most appropriate language. But procedurally, How do we want to, or how does the tag handle that when there are details that are not controversial within the proposal or are not being debated, and then there's a detail that is?
Yeah, so I guess one way would be for when it comes time to make motions on this, for someone to make a motion to accept the proposal as written, or someone could make, and if that fails, then someone might want to make a motion for the proposal as written, except without the C405.2.10.1 high-end trim part, and see if that passes. So that's procedurally how we could approach it. Or if the first person makes a motion to do what I described second, which is the proposal as written except for C405.2.10.1, then we could accept that. And then right after that, we could make a motion for C405.2.10.1. So procedurally, there's a lot of ways, there's a couple ways to do it. Does that answer your question?
Yes, thank you for the explanation.
Yeah. I was hoping that a lot of these would be kind of like yes or no kind of easy proposals. A lot of them we have homework on, so we will need to come back to all of these. But I hope when we come back to them, we can say, we've already discussed all of this except for this one new item. And let's talk about that one new item, or this one, changing of a word from can to should, or should to can, or may, or something, and talk about that one issue, and then kind of go forward with the proposal. I've gotten kind of general consensus that a lot of people like the change of location, the relocation, and yeah, we will probably need to discuss the high-end trim as a separate piece. I kind of agree with that notion as well. Okay, so are we, any more comments on this? Okay, let's move to the next one. Next one is timer switches by Sean. Proposal 92.
Hi, folks. This is just a real simple one. I'm assuming that you'd like me to describe it, yes?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so the idea is that for a long time there's been an exception to the requirement for occupancy sensors in certain areas, one of them being digital timer switches. The background is essentially that if you had, say, a storage space that was unusual, it may be difficult or expensive to add occupancy sensors with additional wiring to cover all areas of that particular space. Currently, with the advent of wireless and relatively inexpensive wireless controls, that expense no longer exists. So a group of us getting together took a look at this and thought that it would probably be best to remove this this exception at this point, to simplify things, make the assumption that you're going to have an occupancy sensor in spaces like this for a couple of reasons. One, certainly to maximize potential energy savings, but also, frankly, as a bit of a safety issue, right? If you're in an oblong or odd sort of storage space, and you're at the end of that space, and your 10-minute or 15-minute or whatever your digital timer times out, you're fumbling around to go back to that timer to give yourself some more time, versus having an occupancy sensor that can just wave your hand and the lights come back on. So it seems to us that this is a time to go ahead and remove this relatively unused exception, at least in my experience anyway. So that's where this comes from.
Okay, thanks, Sean. Are there comments on this? And also feel free to use your emoticons to say this is the greatest proposal ever, thumbs up, party and all that stuff, or I hate this and this is the worst thing in the world since COVID. All right, Mike.
Well, just when this was introduced, I think it was the scenario was like corridors in a mini storage, and where it's just the common area lighting that's being controlled by this. So you feel like the occupancy sensors will be able to handle that, no problem? that scenario where someone's then in their unit?
Yeah, absolutely. And in fact, again, the thing would be that they handle it better because then, in the unlikely event that an occupancy sensor false triggers off, the lights go off, at least you have the option of some gross motion in the area to get them to turn back on rather than having to work your way back to where the actual switch is. So the idea is when this was enacted, you typically had to have, or most commonly had, wired occupancy sensors. So if you're going to add multiple occupancy sensors, there was a significant expense involved with that. Whereas now, basically, with wireless gear, you essentially can easily put in a switch on the wall and communicate with it with one or more ceiling mounted occupancy sensors, just via Bluetooth, proprietary, Zigbee, whatever the communication method happens to be.
Okay, Dwayne.
Yeah, I remember putting this in the code several years ago at someone's request. That just seemed like one of those little things you could twist on the wall and would go tick, 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 and run your light. But I agree that it's been very rarely used, and there's no particular advantage over just putting in an aux sensor.
Awesome. Andrew?
I would also agree, but in addition to that, products that have come into the market lately, most are available for these types of areas that go into storage facilities, have an option of adding in an aux sensor with it. So each individual fixture could have an aux sensor on it in those odd circumstances. So I don't see it necessary.
Awesome. So I'm seeing lots of agreement in the emoticons people are using. And this is our first one where we have no changes to it and everybody seems to generally approve of it. So awesome. Let's move on. Daylight harvesting, Levi Snow, C405.2.4.
Yeah, thanks everybody. So I guess the folks on the west side got sick of me emailing them about this issue and all the questions that I've had. And so they finally told me to get involved with the Code Council. And so that's why I'm here today. So appreciate your indulgence on, let me give my 2 cents. So as described there, my proposal would be to just bring the daylight harvesting code sections in C405 to .4, I think is the new section that it's been moved to, proposed in 2021, I believe. And apologies if my formatting is wrong on any of this. But basically how code states today is that in WSCC is that it is based on a quantity of luminaires that trigger daylight harvesting, as opposed to IECC and I believe even ASHRAE that do something a little bit more logical in my opinion, which is targeting an actual wattage allotment for daylight harvesting. And so my proposal would be to just put things in line with what IECC is doing in current 2018 or 2021 language. And I think the unintended consequence of the code as currently written, and this actually happens a lot more than you might think, where my company's currently managing 187 active lighting control projects right now. And I just had to look at the top 3 on my desk and pull out some examples. And I could share these pictures with you, but basically you run into the issue as code is currently written where you could have, so I'm looking at an example where I have 4 fixtures, 2 in a primary and 2 in a secondary daylight zone, which triggers daylight harvesting per WSCC as currently written at 32 watts each. So we have 128 watts of total controlled lighting in that space. And then in the next room over, I have 2 fixtures, a little bit higher wattage allotment at 102 watts each, totaling 204 watts that are technically, and they were called exception to by the engineer as not requiring daylight harvesting. So you get into this goofy thing where it doesn't matter how much energy you're using, it just matters how many fixtures you're using. And I even have engineers that know that and will actually design around trying to shoehorn less fixtures, higher wattage to get away from the daylight harvesting requirements because of the pushback they get on complexity and cost on projects. You also get into a situation where you may have, and I pulled up several really ugly examples of this. I'd be happy to share with other folks offline, but you get into examples with like lighting design choices around some small granular can lights, right? So you may have 8 to 10, 10 watt downlights that trigger all kinds of daylight harvesting, add a lot of complexity and cost to the job for really no reason. You're talking 80 watts in the primary and secondary daylight zone, and it just seems to be really overkill and unnecessary. So again, my proposal would just be to put things in line with IECC and with their current rulings, which does not, I don't think it impacts really energy savings. I think it just allows some more simplicity and design choices and acceptance around the lighting controls where they really have a benefit.
Okay, thanks, Levi. That seems pretty well explained. Are there questions, comments, or I saw CG's hand up earlier, but then it was put down. Lisa has a question, and I'd like to see general emoticons on, like, do we think this is a good idea? But go ahead, Lisa.
Sure, I guess I could use an emoticon. I would agree with Levi's proposal here. Through our Energy Code tech support, we do get questions about exactly what Levi was describing, where you see situations that really don't make a whole lot of sense. So we're in support of this proposal.
Great. Anybody else? Thumbs up, party, whatever. Clapping hands, maybe even a heart or two.
This is Mike Meyer from PNL. Sorry, I don't have access to the Zoom link. I'm supportive of this. Well, 90.1 does it the way Levi described. I would just say 90.1 just recently changed it to 75 watts. Mainly the concern I only mentioned is that while I agree with this change, if you focus on wattage, the 150 hadn't been changed in so long that when you start looking at how much power the LED systems are using, you would essentially, I don't want to say create a carve out, but it becomes less effective because there are not that many spaces with that much wattage in the daylighted zone. And so that's why 90.1, we just went to 75 and 150 respectively. So I support it. I just wanted to mention that detail.
So is that 90.1, 20, which version of 90.1?
Adopted, already passed for 22.
Okay. And what?
And California was at 100, but when 90.1 did it, they tried to piggyback on our work, and I mean, not in a bad way. Just we say, hey, they did it, and California, I believe, is lowering it as well.
Okay. And what was it in ASHRAE 90.1 2019?
It had been 150 and 300, but that was the value it essentially had always sat at since it was created.
Okay. Thanks, Dwayne.
And that wattage value, just for the background, is was partially built around the economics of fluorescent, which is another reason why you could go to a lower wattage, because dimming fluorescent was much more expensive. Now dimming LED is easier, so that's also why the wattage number could be more in play. But super supportive of the proposal is all I'm saying.
Great. Yeah, I mean, our buildings are now 0.4, 0.5 watts a square foot for office spaces, and that's really low wattage compared to anything even just a few years ago. Dwayne.
Yeah, I want to agree with Mike Meyer that 150 watts, that could be like 6 fixtures now, right? That's more lighting, I think, than we had originally intended for something like this. I'd also like to say that item number 2, it took me a few times reading through this that it only differs from item number 1 by not saying primary. So it should probably say combined primary and secondary side lit zones, just to clarify what it is that you're talking about there. I also don't know what 405.2.45.2 is intended to mean. It looks like that must be a typo.
I took that language directly out of IECC. That is how they, IECC 2021
I think
version.
The 4 is supposed to be struck out, I think.
Yeah, it's 5 with the 4 stricken, but when you strike out a 4, it looks just like a 4. Yeah, if that second one said general lighting within the combined primary and secondary side lit zone, it would.
I agree. I just extracted the language from IECC, but it took me a couple times reading that as well. I'd hope that they would update their code language as well, because I believe it could be clarified for sure. And to just add on to the comment about the wattage, I do agree that the wattage calculations are a little bit high. It's interesting, and I'd love to take this conversation offline with some other folks that do the studies around the daylight harvesting advocacy in general. We've done a lot of cost analyses with customers and talking about return on investment for just installing the lighting controls to do daylight harvesting. And I had a couple of examples that we had done for some engineers, and it's pretty ugly. I know our goal isn't to save money here, but we see on average an ROI just for the installed cost of daylight harvesting controls being anywhere from 30 to 60 years just to pay off the sensor and the installation cost of those controls. So while I believe the wattage exemption may be a little bit high as currently stated, man, it's difficult to sell that on just the energy savings allotment. And I'd love to talk to people offline about that in future. It'd be great.
Well, Levi, I love to grant wishes to people like a little genie. So if you would like to take that offline with, maybe we have some volunteers to meet with you to adjust the wattage. Certainly the tag could do it, but I think we'd just be 75, 85, 90, we'd just be throwing numbers out. So why don't you and anybody else want to be part of that and come back with a number that is 150 or another number, 300 and another number. And then it looks like Krista's already corrected the references in the section. So that's good. Dwayne, your hand is still up?
Oh, I forgot to take it down, but I do have a question for Levi. Would it be less expensive than putting in those things to just use LLC fixtures?
LLC fixtures are a great opportunity or a great product to use when you're using a generic Troffer style product that is available as an LLC fixture. I mean, that's the challenge that we have and lighting designers have in general. I mean, there's several examples that I pulled up from my active projects right now. Not a single one of them was available even in that fixture type with an LLC option. So it again, while we love LLC where it makes sense, it really hamstrings designers potentially in requiring that, that type of approach. And where we can use LLC, we do, absolutely. But in the two examples I pulled up, we're using some decorative, canister lights, some down lights, in a, and that's a design choice by the engineer. And these are all in, common areas where we see it, right? It's in common areas with, more of like a maybe a decorative or aesthetic design approach than your typical Troffer product.
Krista,
Krista,
I feel like Krista always should get precedence when she has a question.
This is one that I waffled back and forth. It came in on a short form. And while it is sort of editorial, if we go with too much back and forth on the allowable wattage, it might push it over into requiring the full standard form. So if the tag would want to go in that direction of requiring the full standard form, or it's up to you if you think that's necessary.
Let's see a show of reactions or emoticons on whether we think we want to reduce the numbers in the watts. I see lots of positives. I see 7 or 8 positives, 8, 9, and no negatives. Oh, I see 1 negative. So Levi doesn't want to do it. It's his proposal. So Levi, as you convene your group, I guess maybe you can find someone who wants to help you with the cost data on that or something. But I think that the tag is asking this to be revised and have the wattage numbers considered to be dropped, which would then, for Krista's comment, require some cost data on it.
I'd be happy to look at that with anybody, and I appreciate even the consideration. My only thought in going into this proposal was, what is IECC doing, understanding that they are an agreeable nationally recognized code, different than Washington State, obviously. So that was kind of my starting point, but we can absolutely talk about the wattage piece as well. I'll be happy to revise that.
Okay, so Levi, do you have an idea of who needs or wants to be part of that group? Or do we need to ask that question?
Yeah, I do not. I'd welcome all participants.
Okay, so please unmute and say your name if you want to be part of that group.
Dwayne, and I'd prefer if we could try to do it by email instead of a call.
Sure.
Mike Kennedy.
Isn't Mike Blair going to sign on this one?
I'm sorry, this is Mike Meyer. What's the question?
So we have a proposal in front of us and it has 150 watts of general lighting or 300 watts or 150 watts. And there is going to be a group that's going to discuss via email whether those wattages should be reduced.
Feel free to add me to it.
Okay, great. Anybody else want to be part of that group? All right, Levi, you can send out the initial email and then see where it goes from there. Awesome.
Great, thanks everybody.
CJ.
Yeah, I just wanted to understand, I think Sean had a second code change proposal, 93. I didn't know if we skipped it accidentally or if we just covered it really quickly and I missed it.
No, we did skip over one. That was the one that I just pulled up, I think. Yeah.
Oh yeah, sorry. Yeah, and I accidentally skipped over that. Thanks, Chris, CJ. Okay, it sounds like we've wrapped up our discussion on 26, so let's go to 93.
So this is just this may just be a clarification. I'm not sure. There was some discussion back and forth about whether or not the C405.2.1 from the IECC, whether this list of sort of prescriptive spaces that occupant sensor controls would be required in had been moved to a different place for an unclear reason. I'm simply suggesting that we should probably revert back to the IECC language unless there's a compelling reason not to. If there's a compelling reason to move this list of or a similar list of spaces, I suppose that's a good discussion point. But for the sake of keeping the code language as uniform as possible from jurisdiction to jurisdiction. So in other words, when people who are either intermittent users of the code or from outside of Washington State, the hope is to keep it simple for everyone. So that's really all this is suggesting, is that this language had been struck out and partially moved. And again, unless there's a compelling reason, we would suggest to revert back to this and keep it where it is.
Dwayne, thanks, Sean.
Yeah, Sean, is there some reason at the charging sentence at the top, is there some reason you struck out the in compliance with C405 such and such?
I tried to set it as per the IECC language. I may have made a mistake though. It's entirely possible with the various sets of documents going around.
In general, I find that we're leading IECC, not the other way around.
Yeah, I'm not suggesting sort of leading anyone so much as just trying to keep things as uniform for users, particularly again intermittent users. I know that a lot of people that contact us at the Lighting Lab with questions about about code implementation, a lot of times being able to send them to very simple prescriptive lists is very helpful for them. So that's really what's behind the potential goal there. Again, Dwayne, if there's a specific reason to move those that we, the group that we're discussing this, weren't privy to, I suppose that's a reasonable discussion point, but it wasn't clear if that was the case or if it was just moved for sort of clerical purposes.
CJ.
Yeah, I know, again, Sean and some lighting folks, we took a look at this list in particular while we were meeting. And one of the concerns we had with the location in the code, I think, Dwayne, a lot of these have been moved to section C405.2.1.1, which has to do with occupancy sensor control function. And they ended up being part of an exception list. And the question we had is basically like, okay, the fact that if you have a space type that's not one of these space types, it's on the exception list, then there was some vagary as to whether or not it would be included as accepted or not. So I think that just moving it back where it was allows for more clarity of the code language.
Thanks, CJ. So you're in favor of this proposal, which moves it back where it used to be?
Correct.
Any other comments on this proposal? Okay, can we see your reactions? Is this something, a direction we want to go in? I see two people bold enough to vote on this one, or bold enough to suggest they like the direction, or don't like the direction on. Okay, 4 people. Okay, so we can put this in there's no comments that the tag has regarding the language, and so we can expedite voting on it at the next tag meeting where we consider lighting. Okay. Mike Fowler has a question.
I think it gets back to one of our earlier proposals about how much, if we do go this direction, then this 405.2.1.1, that needs to get edited, or I don't know, how much do we ask the proponent to go back and strike out where it's listed elsewhere in the code, as CJ was mentioning, instead of having, or is the proposal to have it shown in 2 places?
Sean?
Yeah, my suggestion actually was to remove it from the other location. In fact, if you scroll down, there's a supplement to this somewhere here that says, oh no, I'm sorry, I'm confusing this with the other. I'm confusing this with the other proposal where I'd put in something to remove. So in this case, I suppose that would be a question for you guys. My personal preference as a code user would be to have information in one location where I can, and to put it here and remove it from the other location. But we'd probably want to look at that in more depth to ensure that the purpose for moving it in the first place was also being met.
Yeah, so we would need to, Sean, I guess, could you look at what that would require of the other relevant code sections?
Yeah, I'll be glad to. So then would the appropriate course then be to submit another revision document?
I think if you just drafted up something in an email and sent it to Krista, that would be adequate.
Okay, sounds good. I will use that and refer to, sorry, Krista, this is been logged as request number 93, I think you said?
This is 93, yes, it's 21 GP1 93. So if you reference that in the email and say, here's the other code sections that would need to change or be struck out or whatever, then I think that would help it along, and then we could consider this more holistically at the next.
I'm sorry, can you go back to that for 1 second? 21 GP.
GP1.
21 GP1-93. Got it. Okay. Yes, absolutely. Thank you.
Yep. Lisa.
Yeah, this is just a question about again, correlating the different sections. It would be helpful to see how this impacts, because I'm looking at the code language now, and I see exactly what he's saying, that this information has been put in exception, and I agree that's not a great way to handle it. But I am in agreement with Dwayne's comment that references to sections that have correlating requirements is useful. And so it was I just want to make sure I understand where this change is being proposed, and if it's appropriate to remove those section references that correlate with this or not. I'm thinking that we want to keep it there, but I'd have to see the whole proposal for both sections to see how this all would come together.
Agreed and understood. So this is Sean again. What I had put in there was essentially basically just the language from IECC, and had struck down the newer proposed revision language. So why don't I go ahead and, as suggested, go ahead and run through it and scrub that down to make sure that if there are additional reference that need to be made, cross references, that we keep them, and I'll put that in the subsequent proposal documentation to Krista.
Great, thank you.
And Sean, you don't find it valuable for everybody to have the exceptions clearly outlined like they are now?
I don't mind exceptions, Dwayne. I'm really mainly concerned with right up front putting in the prescriptive list of thou shalt have them in these spaces, that there's really no question, right? Making it simple again and in line with IECC for people who may not use the code very often. That's all.
But I seriously, you're proposing to take away the exceptions? Is that your proposal?
Not at all. What I am suggesting is, and I think I've been asked to do, is to review them and to see what makes the most sense. I hadn't really been looking at the exceptions particularly. I'd really been looking at restoring the list at the beginning. So if it makes sense, and I suspect that given this conversation it probably does, why don't I take a quick look at both of those and early next week send a revised set of suggestions to you to take a look at, and then we can hash that back and forth, and then send the consensus document to Krista. Does that make sense?
I'm happy to have you spend your weekend doing that. Sure.
I did say early next week.
Mike Fowler?
Yeah, just for clarity, I don't think I didn't read Sean's proposal as taking away any of the exceptions, but instead of it being listed in the 0.2.1 up front, that list is now it's all there. It's just in three different sections, and they have specific things about Warehouses have their own section now, and open office plans have their own section, and the remainder of the list is in 2.1.1. So I mean, it's all there. I don't know whether it's more user friendly to have it up front or to have it more grouped together. I don't know. I was okay with how it was in the integrated draft. That's all. But I mean, yes, they're in 3 different sections instead of 1. But I think there's more descriptions about warehouses and open office plans now as the way it is in the integrated draft. So that's my comment.
Yeah, and we did spend a good deal of time in the integrated draft process to get to where the integrated draft is. So I don't want to lose all the work that we had there that we thought would drive clarity. But if what is being proposed is clearer to everybody, then I guess we'll decide at the next meeting when we have a more comprehensive proposal.
And item 4 in C405.2.1.1 is not part of the exception, it's part of the list rather than the exception to that is above it.
Okay, I don't see any more hands up. Let us move on.
Hi, this is Mike McGivern. There is some ambiguity in this section, in these sections, and I was confused reading it, so I figured others would be confused as well. So this is an attempt to clarify and clean up the language here. Basically, just deleting this C405.2.5.6, actually it's 6 now. Number 3, permanently installed luminaires within dwelling units shall be provided with controls. And that would then require, if we delete that, then it would require it in dwelling and sleeping units, and in it would require manual control and automatic control in dwelling and sleeping units, basically, is what it boils down to. There seemed to be a misstatement or misreference there, and it was under lighting reduction controls, C405.2.4 should have been instead of 6, parentheses 3, and it would eliminate confusion and reduce energy consumption. There seemed to be an intent for another path to apply, to offer, so the IECC offered a daylight responsive controls as another path. I don't think we want that option, but if the intent originally was to have another option, there could be some clarification added to it with a comment add stating or shall comply with C405.2.4. So basically it's just trying to clean up the language is all.
Okay, thanks, Mike. Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I think this was a good catch, because in the integrated draft, this used to be, the number 3 used to be for non-multifamily dwelling units. And the idea was some hotels might have dwelling units, and so they would need controls. And at the head of 405, that was changed during the integrated draft. So all dwelling units are covered up there. And so this is redundant. So I think this was a good change.
Great. Sure, your reactions. Anybody think it's a good idea, bad idea? Okay, we've got a couple of people saying it's a good idea, including the proponent. All right, well, let's file this in the category of nobody disapproves of it, and we can probably expedite the agreement on this at the next one. So let's. The next one is Michael Myers. C405.
Yep, I'm here.
Great. So we're looking at C405.2.64, non-visual lighting.
Oh, this is a pretty minor change. As written, your text exempts, it says something, non-visual lighting, comma, plant or animal, I believe. I don't think it says the word animal, or horticulture. So the issue is that as we move into light and health scenarios, there's non-visual lighting that we would do, such as the term called sometimes circadian and other things. So you're technically exempting that. So all I'm saying is that your term non-visual is too broad. If you wanted to, I would recommend shortening it. I think you could get away with the phrase you have after it. You might say controlled environmental agriculture, which covers all plants and even animals. Those are the ideas. The takeaway is by saying non-visual, if someone was doing something for the human circadian system, which is a non-visual function, that they could technically use this as a loophole. That's all I'm trying to identify.
Okay. Any comments on this?
Yeah, Mike, I kind of disagree, because the way that lighting impacts the circadian rhythm is through our eyeballs. So it's
yes, except it does interact through our eyeballs. However, for the non-visual system, it uses what's called the intrinsically sensitive photosensitive retinal ganglion cell, whereas visual lighting uses the cones and rods. So technically, it comes in through the eye, but it uses an entire different neural system than the rods, and the cones, which is how our visual system works. So while it does come in through the eye, it's a different thing, and it touches the brain completely differently than the way the cones work. So just because it comes through the eye doesn't mean it's vision.
Okay, thank you.
I love the nerdiness of this group. This is awesome. Any other questions or comments, including reactions?
Oh, I would like to comment that this was plant growth and food warming were examples, and I'm concerned that by striking out the non-visual applications, such as there might be something nobody's thinking about right now that is somehow uses lighting, like that light bulb you use to keep your doghouse warm or something. I don't know.
Lab lighting.
It's
animals in labs.
I'm just worried about this being taking away something inadvertently in order to be more grammatically correct about our rods and cones.
It's not a grammar issue, though. I just want to point this out. So if you look at like the well building standard, they ask for 250 EML, which is equivalent melanopic lux. People are starting to light their buildings to help the human circadian system. That all falls under the definition of non-visual lighting. So people are starting to use more light to help and train the circadian system. This isn't a grammar thing. This is trying to slow down a loophole where people might be using it to try to put in more power and more controls to affect the circadian system.
So if we, I guess, go ahead, Mike Kennedy.
I mean, I'm kind of okay with the change, except it feels like animal lighting. I'm thinking of animal and labs at, whatever lab, Fred Hutch or the UW that have animals. They're going to have some animal lighting in there, and I don't know what the requirements are there. So it seems like there needs to be something to handle at least that application. I don't know what other applications there are. Actually did see a picture of they're using some lights in oyster culture now. And I have no idea why, but they were talking about the lights. So I do have some concerns along with Dwayne that we're going to be dropping some cases. So it seems like there needs to be a little bit of work in coming up with some words, other words.
I agree. There's also UV lights for disinfection. I've seen lots of people try and start talking about that for a COVID response, as we can kill lots of stuff with non-visual lighting. Maybe that's covered elsewhere. Is there a better term than non-visual that would, I guess, Michael Myers, is there a better term than non-visual?
Well, I mean, yeah, you could, say lighting for, whoever said the comment about UVI. So usually we say germicidal lighting, which covers both UV and near low spectrum, visible spectrum. Or you could say germicidal disinfection, controlled environmental agriculture, which is going to cover labs because that's what it is. It's controlled environment, and a controlled environment can be a greenhouse, it can be a chicken coop, it can be really anything. That's the catch-all term, CEH.
There's the old ASHRAE non-human life forms.
That's a thing. I was just more identifying it as a potential loophole for Washington. I think non-humans is a fine option as well.
So it sounds like Dwayne's concern was if we list all the things, then we're probably missing something. But if we don't list all the things, a word other than non-visual, would a word other than non-visual be appropriate? Is there such a term?
I think the non-human would probably be the most appropriate term because it's a big enough catch-all that could be as small as fungus and as large as an elephant and everything in between, and it does everything you kind of talked about.
So lighting for
non-human life forms.
But actually that wouldn't cover food warming though.
Yeah.
It
That just seems really bizarre code language.
Is there a definition section where we can just use the language that makes sense for here and then define it elsewhere? Or does it need to be defined in here?
Well, if the definition is only applicable in one section, then we could probably just list all the things in that section, is my kind of general sense.
One way we've handled this with other issues by just adding a sentence to the end of the item, say this exception does not apply to, and then Mike Meyer could fill in the correct thing that he's I think legitimately concerned that we not have this be a loophole that applies to a particular circadian rhythm lighting.
So Dwayne, you're suggesting if we left it left the code as it is written in the integrated draft, but added a sentence at the end of it that said, this exception does not apply to something. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
How do you feel about that, Michael Myers?
Yeah, I think I understand, and I think that makes sense.
Okay, so that would be basically leaving everything in 4 as it is, except adding one sentence at the end of that. That would contain the, we just talked about. Why don't we go to the other comments? Lisa.
Yeah, thanks. I'm in agreement that it's it's best to put the explanation right there in the provision versus creating a definition or something like that. And I agree that, you know, if you could left the word non-visual in there and then added a sentence or something at the end that kind of gave some granularity of what that meant, it just makes sure that that sentence, the way it's worded, it refers to this provision only, you know, so for the purpose of this provision, and then go from there.
Mike Fowler.
Yeah, question for Michael Meyer. I'm just looking to understand, you referenced the well standard and I'm going to say lighting for circadian rhythms. And I guess what would provide that lighting?
Sure. So lighting, it would still come from the same electric light source. So when we talk about IES recommendations, it's using the photopic lumen as the basis, and that's a mathematical formula based on the cones in your eye. When we start talking about circadian, either whatever unit you use, we'll say with EML because that's what WELL uses, it is driven by what's called this IPRGC. It's a different type of photoreceptor in the eye, and it connects to your brain differently. And so as a result, if you were providing, let's say 300 lux photopically, that would be one thing. But when you need what the WELL standard for is asking for is 240 EML. And the reason why I'm switching units is that it's roughly like 2 times the amount of photopic lux, because it's a different mathematical function and how it gets calculated. And so as a result, it's still going to be provided by the electric light source. But if people are trying to use this as a loophole, they'd say, well, it's not visual because vision is defined by the photoreceptors, either cones or rods.
Yeah, but the lamp is still
sorry, that got really nerdy.
No, that's fine. And that's why I'm curious to ask is, the EML is, or EML or ELM, is being provided by the same fixture, the same lamp that is providing other. It's not a separate fixture, or it's not a separate device that is being installed in the space. I guess I'm curious what does this do for us? How's this going to? I guess I don't see the loophole yet. I'm not understanding that part. So that's where my question is coming from. Is that we still have a fixture that's still controlled by other parts of this code, and because it's controlled by other parts of the code, is there a loophole that somebody could really walk through on this?
So the idea of the circadian profile is that you would provide significantly more light in the morning and less light in the afternoon. So that's where it starts getting into this loophole where they might say, well, we need more power because we're not providing visual lighting, we're providing lighting for health and wellness. And so they could use that, and then they could say, well, we don't need to control it under the requirements in the other sections of the code, because those sections, while they're about general lighting, if you start reading the definitions, this isn't general lighting, this is lighting providing health and wellness. This is kind of where some of the industry is going. And that's just kind of the flag I'm trying to throw up, is that non-visual lighting is being used this way.
Okay. CJ.
Yeah, so I'm just trying to think through the applications of how this would work. And I do want to have us to acknowledge this isn't a section that's just trying to define the fact that any sort of lighting that would be used here is going to be switched separately. And I don't think we have a problem with this lighting being controlled separately. But when it comes to circadian stimulus and lighting from a well perspective, which we could talk about for quite a bit, I do imagine that it could be coming from the same luminaire that we're actually using in the space already. And I know that we haven't gotten to the code change proposal that I'm going to end up talking a little bit about this later, but circadian stimulus lighting is something we're getting a lot of requests from people to try to deal with. And I think that even if this were to be considered from an IPRGC type of a perspective, if we were looking at lighting to serve that function, I do think we would want it to be controlled separately. So I guess I'm still not really sure what the concern is and how this would be a loophole, back to Mike's comment.
Okay, Mike Kennedy.
Oh, good.
Yeah, I wanted to just say, yeah, this is controls. It's not a loophole for lighting power. Lighting that's listed here does not have to do all the code controls, though. It has to do, comply with the automatic off, but it doesn't have to comply with daylighting control or any of the other controls. So there are some things that it would not be required to do.
Okay, Mike Meyer?
I think Mike Kennedy had a good point. At this point, I would have to study a little more. Again, mine was, I didn't hear the last person's name, but she identified kind of where people are asking for it. So that's what I was just trying to identify. But I thought Mike Kennedy's answer was helpful in that it was stemming other code control parts were there. At this point, I honestly don't have any more insights I can provide, and I can study it. If there's some more pushback, I'll try to study it and either work on the language, finessing it, or try to explain my concerns or the rationales of what could get exempt. But I just need a little more time. I apologize.
No worries. I think this is great, great feedback. So it sounds like the direction forward is to leave the language as it is in 4, but put in a sentence that talks about your concerns. Mike, is that correct?
I'm pretty comfortable with that. Yes.
Okay. And then you can just email that sentence or whatever it is to Krista, and then we will consider that at the next tag. Does that sound good?
Yes.
Okay, awesome. All right. With that, I want to bring up, so I had suggested that perhaps this group take a half-hour break between 11 and 11:30, just because this is really intense stuff. How do you feel about that? We could take like a 10-minute break, or we could take a half-hour break. How many people think a half-hour break is in the best interest of the group? Use your voting. Okay, I see 5, 6, lots of 7, lots of votes for the half-hour break. Okay, now, how many people think that the 10-minute break would be better because we would just cover more in our time? I see only 2.
Chell, I'm just going to toss out a third just because I'm all for the half-hour break, but I'm feeling it for myself closer to noon rather than 11 is okay, like 11:30 to noon rather than 10 to 11:30.
Okay, I was thinking it's like halfway through, but yeah, it is early for lunch for those noon people. Okay, so more consensus around the half-hour break. How about 11:30? Vote for, you want to start at 11:30 instead of 11? Okay, we have one crying. Everybody else seems to like it. Some people are even voting twice. Okay, we'll take a break at 11:30 for a half an hour, and everybody will get refreshed and come back ready to get through all the code proposals really, really quickly and thoroughly. Okay, non-visual lighting, we got through that. Now it's lighting setback parking areas. Mike Kennedy is up next.
Okay, this proposal is for the parking lot activity sensor language that's in the code. And there's 2 thresholds that trigger the requirement. One is pole height and one is the wattage of the luminaire. This proposal is to reduce the wattage to 40 watts. And I'll get into how that was determined in a second, and increase the mounting height to 30 feet. I have since been in some discussions actually with Michael Myers, and it sounds like the 30 feet is probably not, at least there's some uncertainty whether the controls are adequate to deal with that mounting height. Definitely have had NIA has done some work where it's worked pretty well. It sounds like Mike Myers did an installation where it didn't work. So I guess I'm hoping we can change the 30-foot back to 24 in the pole height.
So Mike did submit Mike Meyer did submit a code proposal for the same section. So-
Right, delete the whole thing.
Okay.
And one of his arguments is that, well, at 24 feet, luminaires are always under 78 watts, or most always. And so I evaluated the savings there, and Title 24 also did this. And their case code enhancement study came up with 30 watts is actually the optimum. I took the savings number that they came up with, and on top of a base control, which is our base controls, and ran it through the OFM calculator and came up with 40 watts as the marginal case that's just cost effective. So fixtures that would be more than 40 watts would be cost effective, and anything less than that would not be. So I would like to, I guess, propose that we go to the 40 watts, but keep the pole height at 24.
Okay, are there comments, or should we then look at Mike Meyer's proposal and then discuss them both at once? Why don't we do that?
Sounds good.
So I agree with Mike Hendy that, he mentioned my comment. So the analysis I did was that the challenge is that as your fixtures come down in height, the wattage also goes down because of glare. And so from the analysis that I did of available products, basically the one reason I actually suggest removing this is that as written, very few products, very few installations would meet it because of this wattage threshold. At 30 watts, I would say many more products would have to, or many more designs would meet it. The other reason I did propose to remove it is that if you read the text before the section, 1.1 says that you have the option in the preceding text, you have the option of, in 1.1, you can either turn off your lights by 50% from midnight to 6. 1.2 is moot, and then 1.3 still allows you to use some type of device that sets back every 15 minutes. So you already have some elements of this, but then this is specifically written just towards the parking lot. And there's really three ways to do it from a technical point of view. You have PIR sensors, which are the same type of occupancy sensors we have inside. You can do it with video base, which is a very small market right now. And you can do it with a sonar-ish type of radar technology, also a small technology. The challenge with it right now is that PIR has a ton of problems. It's affected by the wind. It's affected by optics, a lot of issues. So the other reason I suggest that I think you could remove this, if you don't change it, I am going to say, if you change the wattage, I have less of an argument because I think it does catch something, whereas written, it doesn't catch enough, in my opinion. But the only reason I think you can remove it is that you already have it in the preceding text. And I find this a bit of a small confusion and a redundancy. And my honest concern is that I think people read the parking lot as the control they have to do, and if their fixture's over 24 feet, they don't understand that they still have to meet that 1.1 or 1.3. So they should still be setting the parking lot back at a minimum 50% for half the night under 1.1. And I feel that the way that people zoom in on this, it says parking lots. If I don't have that wattage and that height, I don't have control requirement. And so that's my concern, is I think it creates some confusion and is not entirely effective.
Thanks. So I guess the first question is the battle of the mics. Do either of you think that the other one has a better proposal that we should just accept outright?
I understand the desire to not give up stringency. I'm more supportive of Mike Kendy's at change wattage, keep height. So I have less arguments to say about it in the one he just verbally amended.
So would you? So Mike Meyer, you're saying your proposal would not be necessary if we accepted Mike Kennedy's proposal with change wattages?
I honestly still think it is a redundancy that creates confusion, but I can also understand the board's decision not to want to give up stringency, because so I can understand the desire. Well, we already have it. It passed. It's a requirement. A very similar requirement exists in California, and a very similar exists in 90.1. And I understand why you may be not wanting to give it up. I do fundamentally think it is redundant and creates a little confusion. But if mine got voted down and Mike Kennedy's only wattage, I think that's still an okay day. Is all I'm saying.
Okay, great. Mike Kennedy, did you have a?
Well, wanted to first clarify. I think what the pole height would change, and mine would, if the acceptable version of my proposal to Mike Myers is the wattage would stay at 40, but the pole height would be rejected and go back to 24, or stay at 24. And I mean, I think there is the argument here of, well, the redundancy is a code language. It requires a time clock to be set to set back the lighting from 12 to 6. And whether, there is the thing of, for both of these, how much are they actually used? Whether you actually get that savings. Title 24, which is where I took the savings from, evaluated as a base case the 12 to 6 control, because they also had it, and then looked at from some parking lot activity data they had, savings on top of that. So the savings that I came up with did consider this baseline control. So I think there are some savings there. I can't really speak. I mean, this is a NEIA. There's definitely folks that are really excited about the activity sensors at NEIA, lighting designers. And that was really what kind of fomented this proposal. So.
Okay. Dwayne.
Yeah, I am kind of convinced by Mike Myers' argument that our eyeballs kind of go right to that second thing. I wonder if there's a way we could just wordsmith it to say that somewhere inside of that sentence, say, shall comply with item 1 above and then ... the rest of this. So it's clear to anybody reading that they have to move their eyeballs back up to item 1.
Okay, so it's number 2 said luminaires serving outdoor parking areas shall comply with item 1 and then also those housing or something like that.
Yes, and instead of striking it out altogether.
I'm not sure I agree that stuff should have to comply with both. I did add the all of in the first sentence because I thought the code was saying that. It seems like if there's activity sensors, basically it's going to satisfy those things, but.
That's true. It does say all of the following, which includes 1 and 2.
Well, I did that as a way to clarify that point, but I would actually accept 1 of the following, I think. Well, no, it can't because they have to do the parking lot. But I feel like if you do 2, it complies with 1 from my perspective.
Okay.
And I think,
Andrew?
I think I'd be more in favor of Mike Kennedy's with the changes of the 40 and the 24 feet. We are finding that a lot of campuses like Microsoft is already doing things like this already. So I think it'll just be great to push that into the regular world and collect those extra savings for all of us. And we can maybe create a program around it as well.
Great. CJ?
Yeah, I just wanted to put a voice from a designer's perspective on this. I think this is terrific. We've been trying to convince campus environments to do the lighting setback and have been getting pushback. A lot of them feel like from a safety and security standpoint, they want to have lights as bright as they can possibly be. And we actually don't think from an eye science perspective that that's the right thing to do by just how our eyes work at night anyway. So I'm just pleased with the proposals here. Whichever one gets suggested, I'm keen to move forward with the ones, the wordsmithing we're talking about. But just wanted to give it a vote of confidence.
Okay, reading between the lines here, I'm hearing more consensus about a modified Mike Kennedy proposal. Is that the direction that you are thinking we're going in as well? That you would like to go in? I see thumbs up, 3, 4. I saw 4 thumbs up and no thumbs down. And I think we had 5 actually total. Okay, so Mike Kennedy, Mike Myers, does that seem like a good approach?
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I was fine with the wattage and the height staying the same, and I've said my case, so I'm fine with that. Yes.
Okay.
I feel like the all of maybe needs to be addressed.
Okay.
And I'll
I'd agree.
maybe work at that.
So right now, the all of is in your base proposal. But you're saying 2, if you did 2, you would inherently be doing 1?
Well, I feel like you're getting a vast majority of the savings there. I listened to lighting designers on it. I think the reason I wanted to add the all of is that for parking lots, I mean, it's just a confusing section in that way. You know, parking lots have to do 2. Is the idea here. Everything else could do one or the other. So it just needs to be a way to say that.
When you say 2, you mean big number 2, correct?
Yes, the luminaires serving.
So, but if it's a 30-foot parking lot, it should have to do 1, 1, 1, 2, or 1, 3, correct?
Yes.
So we had this part, this is how I kind of came to this decision that when I was reviewing 90.1. So we built a table where we actually created a parking lot line item, and it said 1 was a parking lot line item with poles with 78 watts, and then other parking lots. And then we actually said, other parking lots have to do the 50% reduction from 12 to 6, and the 78 watt scenario, which is similar to yours, had to do the aux sensor. So we created a line item, so it was extremely explicit. And I think that's the only. I don't know how to wordsmith it around that, because again, my only concern is that people will get confused that if they're taller poles, they still have to do 1, 1, 1, 2, or 1, 3. And I just however you want to work that wording in.
So it seems like a solution would be to put big number 2 first, and then put all other lighting shall be controlled, and then 1. Would that make sense?
I think so.
So then you wouldn't need all of the following, or you comply with the following, and then you would say, you would have this be number 1, and then you would say all other.
It's just not the model code, but I think it makes a lot more sense that way.
Andrew.
I don't have the full code in front of me, too many screens, but I want to just make sure that it's not addressing street lighting as well.
Good. Hey, I think I just figured out the issue.
Correct. It is only exterior lighting.
Are both of
which would
those
be,
outdoor units 42s, or do you have a?
I don't know who speaks. So did you hear me on that issue, that it's exterior lighting such as campus? It does not include roadway, I guess.
Right.
making sure that it doesn't include roadway.
Right. I don't know what you call the drive lanes in a Safeway parking lot. I think
Well, it's a parking, it's still a parking lot, area parking. It's called area parking or parking area, you know. But roadway would be a whole nother issue. I just want to make sure not touching roadway.
I do not think code
On
does
that.
goes there.
Well, actually, for campus situations, it does. The drive between parking lots at UW is not a parking area, but also does not. So it might be worthy of an exception.
Well, however, a campus would not be considered under a roadway either.
Well, it's all
that'd
it's
be
all
a
other
drive.
lighting. If you're saying parking and all other, then the drive would.
Yeah. No, I'm saying the drives would be okay on a campus, like Microsoft campus is doing it. UW campus, I don't think has done it. That's not our territory, but I know for sure Microsoft is doing it on there. As soon as you enter onto their property line off of the roadway, then they are doing things like this already. And I'd like to keep encouraging other campuses to do this. So I do want the roadways covered within a campus, but not what I would call the street lighting, the arterial, you know, to make sure it's not covering that. So I don't know how that gets defined.
Okay, so I see two things happening. So if we think we could get to an answer on what Andrew just asked, and today, then let's do it. But if we think it's going to take a while, then let's have that be homework. The suggestion to make 2 number 1 and then put all other, I didn't hear any disagreement from that, and it seemed to meet the proponent's intent. So why don't we just have that as our baseline for the next time we consider this? And then Andrew, do you think we can answer your question today, or do you think that needs homework?
Probably needs homework because I'm not really sure. I can't think of a quick answer.
Okay. Do you want to, or CJ?
Yeah, I was just looking at ASHRAE and it looks like they have one exception to their requirement for vehicle entrances or exits from buildings or parking structures where required for safety, security, or eye adaptation. I guess I would be curious to know if we would also want to add any exceptions to this requirement in our code. Just something to think about while you guys take another look at it.
Mike Fowler.
I was trying to find it, look elsewhere in the code, as Andrew mentioned, if it's elsewhere, but as what's on the screen, my reading of it doesn't, to me, shout out arterials are included in this because it's parking areas. So my reaction was to Andrew's question. I don't think this gets anywhere close to arterials, you know, and it sounds like campuses are off of our public right of ways onto private land then. So I just don't see this as including arterials.
Okay. Andrew, do you want to do some homework and come back to the tag next time we do this and see if you see if this is
well. I think the way of calling it is street lighting might be a good way to get to do that, because some folks in the chat were saying utility powered right away. That doesn't help because not all. Yeah. It's a challenge. I think maybe just calling it street lighting or arterial lighting. Street lighting is probably the best term, maybe.
So do you feel the code's ambiguous currently? I mean, because we're not changing.
Not currently.
We're not really changing.
But I don't know.
Language. I mean, we required that they do one anyway. Previous.
that was
Well,
my
I guess
reaction.
maybe would have to look up into I'd have to pull the current code, I guess, to see when it's given the description at the beginning of the outdoor section, what it covers. It'd probably be fine. I'd have to read that. But you're right, Mike, if it's not, we haven't ever had this discussion before, so there's probably something that is in the beginning section of outdoor lighting or exterior lighting, I think it's what it's called, at the beginning of that in the current code. It probably does clarify that.
Yeah, I wonder if that's even
Let
on
me see if
the,
I can find it, or if Krista has it. I gotta see if I can chase it down.
Okay, how about we assign that as homework, Andrew, and then we'll come back and we will address street lighting with homework in hand. Does that sound good?
Okay.
And
One
feel
question.
free to reach out to people to address this, of course.
And CJ, I think your concern is addressed in C405.2.1.4. There's an exception that's the occupant sensor control function in parking garages. There's this exception for lighting in daylight transition zones.
Okay, thanks.
yeah, we shouldn't be getting I hope we're not. I mean, that would be another thing that this is parking lots, not parking garages. So,
Yeah, we're about to get into parking garages.
right. So
That's
that
the proposal.
I do have one question it sounds like the lighting designers are pretty familiar with the activity sensor controls. Is that been the experience that 24 feet, that these don't work well above that height?
I don't know.
That's what we've heard in meetings at the ASHRAE Lighting Subcommittee is that it's getting sketchy at 24 and above that. Especially given weather conditions, you can't depend on the sensor noticing, especially a person walking.
ASHRAE actually uses 25 feet.
Yeah, so the issue is how you do the sensor. If you're using PIR, it's an optical sensor, and as it gets higher, what happens is the circle gets bigger and less effective. So that's one of the challenges. It also becomes sensitive to false positives. If you do it through video or sonar, which is still very nascent, you can do a lot more with video because it's much smarter technology. You can like cut out stuff and stuff like that. But so far, the majority are doing PIR. And that is where you run square into this height issue.
Okay.
All right, well, let's move on to the next one, parking garage lighting. This is C405.2.1.4 and C405.2.8, and Mike Kennedy, you are up. And this is probably the last one before we take a lunch break.
Okay, sorry.
Do you want to walk us through it, Mike?
Yeah, I'm just reading it. Sorry.
Okay.
I was confused by all the other revision language on the screen. So I'm proposing to change basically getting our garage lighting control to be consistent with 90.1 language. And basically the lighting power here is reduced to 50% rather than 30%. And then the activity timeout being 10 minutes. The 30% is a fairly old, it's based on earlier technologies, metal halide, and that weren't really capable of going to 50%. With LED lights, 50% is not a problem. I really had a problem with this. And so that's I guess the main change here. And then ASHRAE also does not have this exception for 1.5 foot candles of illumination at the darkest point with all lights on. And I don't know, I had a problem with, it just seemed like a hard thing to verify and sounded like a bad design. So I felt like it wasn't, I guess I agreed with ASHRAE, it wasn't needed. So that's the basic proposal here, I believe.
Are there any questions or comments? Dwayne Lightzik? Everybody's so hungry that they're willing to forego questions. CJ.
Yeah, I don't really feel like I'm parsing this very well, Mike. I'm seeing that you basically just are preferring the ASHRAE language compared to the IECC. It's just, I'm not, maybe you could just say one more time why this is so, why it's more important to you that we follow this. I guess it's just a lot to digest.
Yeah, the parking lot, I mean, the main thing here is it's a deeper turn down and shorter time. There's energy savings here. And there's also the lack of down here at the exceptions to 3. Those are exceptions that don't exist currently, like the daylight transition zone.
Yeah.
Well, and that is up above, but they don't really, they talk about ramps without parking. They don't define it. This provides a little bit of a definition.
Yeah, thanks for the additional clarity. I think I would endorse this as well.
Yeah, it seems like the C405.2.1.4 that struck out is basically very similar to the C405.2.8, with the exception of the
I'm sorry.
Numbers.
That is an error in the integrated draft. We have both. We have C405.2.1.4 and C405.2.8 in the integrated draft.
Okay.
So I just, so that bit is just to get rid of this other one. So it's only in one place.
Okay. So this one is kind of just a clerical one.
Right.
And then the real interesting parts are this, and the list of exceptions.
Right, because all of the charging language for C405.2.8 and item 1, except for those quantities, and item 2, well, all that exists in the integrated draft. Everything that's not struck out or underlined exists in the integrated draft. And everything that's struck out exists in the integrated draft. And so we had 2 sections. So that's why that first section is, I apologize. I should have read this before talking about it.
That's a really good catch. Andrew.
I would also support the proposal, like in that 50% direct reduction, as well as down to 10 minutes. I think it's appropriate and helping to give those exceptions. And just to go back to one conversation to wrap that up, since we have exterior lighting zones listed, I think there's enough clarification within the code that we don't have to clarify it further on street lighting and roadway lighting. Does that make sense? I looked up what the language was. And since we're calculating exterior lighting zones that are talking about building and facade lighting and all that, I don't think we need to address it further to clarify street lighting or roadway lighting.
Great. Okay. Well, that means we did generally achieve consensus on that previous proposal with modifications. So that's great. Okay, are there any other comments on this proposal in front of us? It seems like we generally have consensus on this, or at least no non-consensus. So, okay, great. Well, with that, let's go reheat our lunches, go to our microwaves or our other email. So let's take a break for 30 minutes, and I'll see you again at noon to consider more lighting stuff. All right. Noon has come. Hope you all had a tasty lunch and a refreshing break from talking about lighting. But we are going to dive back into it. And so we ended at a nice stopping point before, and now we can start back up with Michael Meyer talking about exterior lighting footprint with C405.2.9. Krista, since we're not voting on things today, do we need to check if we have a quorum?
We can if you'd like.
Maybe
I don't think
need.
it's necessary.
Okay, if it's not necessary, we won't do it. All right, Mike Meyer, are you on the line? If you are, we can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't see his icon on the screen anymore.
Okay, well, we could go to the next one then. C405.3, plant light efficacy, Sean Denniston. Sean, are you?
We've already done that one.
Oh, we did that
That
one.
one we started
Oh,
with.
yeah. Yep.
So the next step, well,
Is
we've
it
got
what?
another PNNL one, so CJ would be.
Okay, yeah. CJ, you're on with C405.4.2 footnotes.
Okay. Getting my thoughts in order. All right. So basically, again, lighting folks, we all kind of met and talked about various things we felt were important. And one of the things that and I know we talked about this a little bit before with Dwayne last time round, but with the lighting power allowance table, there is a footnote that allows the use of lighting for the purposes of display or highlighting art in certain areas. And we took a look at the actual table and came up with, like, you know, I mean, and this is based on some current projects where, yeah, okay, so sure, the client wants to have some sort of an art thing in the lobby, which you need to add in some additional track for, or maybe they want to hire a neon sculptor, or maybe they want to have something else that is going to consume electricity related to display and art and light. And we don't want to not allow that. We want to support that. That's a healthy space production. However, we're also seeing that there are occasions where these things are being proposed, like in the middle of the lounge area, or maybe it's in a courtroom, or maybe it's like in a stairwell. And so we went down the lighting power allowance table and looked at the footnotes C and N, which are slightly different. And this is the space by space table. So basically in the space by space table, essentially the footnote C is all about lighting that's highlighting art or display. So let's just call it display. And then footnote N is all about lighting that is really adding some additional ornamentation. So maybe it's a sconce. We ran into some issues where like hotel corridors, we just didn't have enough watts to be able to do anything other than like a single light at each door, and that was it. So basically, it seemed like we could be adding more footnotes C and N throughout the entire table, or we could do something that's more similar with what ASHRAE did, which is what we're proposing here. So essentially, we're getting rid of the footnotes, and we're suggesting that we add language that is going to allow you to tally up the lighting power for the purpose of decorative appearance or highlighting art or exhibits, and then allow that to be added to the total project connected load. ASHRAE does this, and their language actually adds 0.75 watts per square foot, but because Washington State wants to be more stringent, I'm suggesting 0.5. Now, that of course is an amount that we can try to dig in more deeply and see if that's the exact right amount. Glad to do that. But I also took a look at this from the standpoint of filling out the damn energy code form, which I don't know how many else of you guys have really done for lighting, but it's not, I usually can't carve out a lot of my fee for this because everybody thinks the electrical engineer should do it instead, even though I have to do a design that meets code. So I kind of have to do it anyway, but I don't really get paid for it. Anyway, the form is arduous. And basically, if you want to do a display addition, you have to have it. And again, this is back to if we do have the footnotes, all of the pertinent space types end up needing to be added in a little drop-down list, which you then have to methodically go through and say, this is for this, this is for this, this is for this. I think that if we do what I'm proposing here in this chart, and I haven't shown the actual form as part of this, but if we do what I'm proposing, I think we can simplify the actual code form for people, which I think people will really appreciate. So that's the main gist of this. There's one more item on here. And I'm not changing the retail allowance at all. No changes there. There's one other thing. So back to what I was saying previously about circadian stimulus lighting, we are being asked for it. The problem is, and I don't necessarily think that we should be saying, no, you can't do that. But the problem is that it doubles the connected load of that light fixture, because in addition to one color LED, one say 2700 or 3000K LED, it also puts in 4500K or even higher, even cooler than that, 6500K. So it doubles the actual connected load of that product, even though maybe they're both not on at the same time. But from that, the code doesn't care about what you use from the LPA tables. So I think that we need to find a way to deal with this. And I'm proposing that we deal with this in the same way as we deal with decorative and ornamental lighting, which is to allow you to list those lights out separately. And I believe that based on the fact that it is essentially a double of the normal product load to do the tunable white, that we do get to list them at 50% their connected load. That's what this one's all about.
Okay, so as we take comments, I guess there's three pieces that I see. One is moving the exceptions somewhere else. I see Jay, correct me if I'm wrong, but moving the exceptions to somewhere else, and then adding item A, which is the decorative of 0.5 watts per square foot in a space by space method, and then C, which is the circadian. So those are the three pieces, CJ?
Yep.
So why don't we discuss the first one first, which is just moving exceptions. Does anybody have any comments on whether that's a great idea or could be improved?
Isn't the proposal to delete the exceptions?
Yeah, actually it is deleting it, Cal, just to be clear. So we're getting rid of the footnotes.
Yep. Anybody have any comments on whether that's a good idea or not? Lisa?
Hi, thanks. And thanks, CJ, for going through all this. I do have a couple of questions, and to start with, I like your idea. I think making the documentation simpler is always going in the right direction. But I want to make sure I understand. So I think there's 3 different types of exceptions in there. I'm trying to get the code language in front of me. So you're proposing that this exception is going to take the place of the ornamental lighting exception and the and the highlight one, but what about the exception for chalkboard lighting? Does it capture that as well?
No, that one's still in.
Okay, so you're leaving that one. So you're just combining the, I see. So you're combining the ornamental lighting and then the highlighting for arts and exhibits. So that allowance or that footnote or allowance is going to be combined into one. Is that correct?
Correct. Well, it's not one. It's not being combined into one. It's just saying that if you want to qualify the products that are used for decorative appearance or for highlighting art or exhibits, which essentially does sort of lump them together, that is what the Article A would be under additional interior lighting power.
Got it. I get it. So it's not a footnote to the table, which I agree. I think that's a good idea. So it sounds like the other footnotes are being left as is. Is that correct?
Yep, no other changes to footnotes, just the C and N.
Great. All right. Thanks for that clarification.
Andrew.
I was just gonna comment that I do support. I think it does help clean it up, like Lisa had mentioned. I think anything to make things easier for going through this for folks is better.
Great. Dwayne.
I think this is a terrible idea. This by saying lighting for decorative appearance or highlighting art, basically anything that's not an overhead general lighting fixture qualifies, and this practically doubles then all of the lighting power allowances, which are actually not unreasonably restrictive to start with. So there's this ASHRAE approach, which has this huge thing, which I think more than doubles the total amount of lighting, kind of rendering the whole lighting power allowance thing a joke. But there's also the California approach, which is to target specific kinds of additional lighting that are that's needed by specific kinds of spaces. And so no, this is really making it so that anybody, by declaring some portion of their lighting to be for decorative appearance, which could be wall washers or spots or anything you want as part of that 0.5, considering that the range is kind of mostly in that 0.4 to 0.7, that for most spaces already. This means that any lighting designer can use as much lighting in any space as they ever want.
So Dwayne, I want to make sure I'm trying to wrap my head around this proposal. So the point is that the footnote assigns these allowances specific to certain areas, and this approach removes that. Am I understanding that?
This approach says, yeah, you got that decorative lighting allowance everywhere, right? And a lot of it. And what is a current office load, is, I think an open plan office is 0.55. So, hey, now you got 1.05 to play with. What is even the point of having the list of lighting power allowances if you can throw all the extra lighting in that you want and there's no restriction anywhere, which is what this does.
Yeah, so what you're saying is in exception N, it says it lists what qualifies and has a limit of 0.3. Whereas in the proposal under A, it doesn't list what qualifies in any specific manner.
Yeah, and it's this big herking allowance for anything ever, anywhere. So I think it'd be, if you want to go to simplification, you just say, just remove all the tables entirely because this blows it out of the water.
Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I just want to say I was pretty involved with these footnotes last cycle. And I'm not a fan of this proposal, but I do think that we should consider either combining the two footnotes as they exist, or at least adding decorative lighting to ornamental. I think that the distinctions here are getting really fine. Ornamental lighting includes wall sconces, so it's a fairly common fixture in hallways, and it's not. These aren't like chandeliers. This is actually a noticeable part of the lighting power. I mean, it is chandeliers, but it's a lot of other things. So, so I actually kind of don't like it. If we were to go this route, I feel like, you know, it should be at least below 0.25. But even there, I still think generally applied everywhere, it's a problem. Maybe if there was some kind of limit, an overall wattage limit or something, I guess, yeah. Anyway.
Thanks, Mike. CJ?
Yeah, thanks for both of your comments. Totally understand what you're saying, Dwayne. I do think, though, that if what we're looking for is greater specificity, I think we could find a way to do it. We do have a statement in the code that already does say additional power shall be permitted only where the specified lighting is installed and automatically controlled separately from the general lighting. So it can't be general lighting. We know that. But to your point, like, yeah, is it a wall washer? Is the wall washer contributing to the general lighting? Well, sure, you're right. I might make an argument that it is. So if we want to try to find a way to really, what I want is to be able to put watts to elements that are going to be not that common, are going to be for the purposes of highlighting art or having lighting integrated into art, something that is not a general lighting technique. It really is just a thing that we're wanting to be able to put in a stairwell and something else, someplace else that you can't really do right now in the code because we don't have a way to do it. So if we can find a way to craft language that doesn't allow people to see this as a loophole, and I'm totally fine with looking at what that maximum, Mike, the amount of additional load would be, and maybe we do need to look at it as being a maximum actual wattage limit. We can try to hone in on this. One more thing. One of the things that I don't like about the current note N is there's a reference to theatrical elements. That's already exempted elsewhere in the code, so I don't think we need to have that listed here. If we do decide we want to go back and look at combining the footnotes, that's fine. I mean, I can show you guys the list that we thought all of that footnote would need to go in. I kind of think that it might end up with a higher wattage limit if we end up doing it that way. So maybe we can get a lesser addition on the project if we do it as this separated article and in the additional interior lighting power section. But yeah, glad to try to recraft this so that it doesn't blow the code out of the water as Dwayne is suggesting. I think we just might need to find some more specific language for it then.
The specific problem phrase is for the purpose of decorative appearance, which is everything.
Right. I do want to note, CJ, that I actually had to argue for keeping exceptions C and N in the MVE committee after the tag, because they felt as field people having to make any kind of determinations about the purpose of the light was problematic, and they'd rather not have these exceptions at all. So I actually had to argue to even keep them in the code. So I mean, it may simplify the forms, but it doesn't necessarily simplify the field work in terms of the inspector.
Mike Baranek?
Yeah, CJ, quick question for you. You may have mentioned this at the very beginning, but it looks like you struck out the turned off during non-business hours. I guess what was the intent with that? And it looks like that would then apply to retail sales areas as well. And is that the intent?
Yeah, actually, I struck that because I figured it was redundant. I felt like if it was saying that it was controlled in accordance with section C405.2.6, it would already say that.
Okay, thank you. I'd have to check that section to verify.
Lisa?
Yeah, so I'm, again, thanks for the clarification, still wrapping my head around it. And I appreciate both Dwayne and Mike's comments. So looking at the two, just as maybe as a suggestion, CJ, on how we could, what this could look like, so that the tag would not see it as a step back, because that's the feedback I'm hearing, is that I think it does have to be specific in the types of fixtures or the type of lighting that this can be applied to. So when you look at footnote N, to Mike's point, it's very specific. It talks about what ornamental lighting is. And then I think to your point, mentioning, referencing back to the controls requirements that states that it has to be controlled independent of general area lighting, pointing back to that section would be useful, I think, as well, because that's language that's not here. And so those are just a couple of suggestions on what a revised proposal could look like.
I'm sorry, Lisa, which section did you say pointing back to? I just want to take note of that.
That would be, I'm trying to go off the top of my head. It's the section that covers lighting controls for decorative lighting, where it refers to, it has to be controlled independent of general area lighting. It would be good to have a pointer to that. And maybe that's already there. And so if that's the case, then and maybe we're good, but that's the main thing, is that we want to make sure that that folks know what this can and cannot be, and that the fact that they do absolutely have to be, controlled separately, which I think putting it here actually helps that, because in the footnotes, it doesn't talk about that. So yeah, so I think you've got some really good qualities in where you're going with this, but I think it would be good to dial it back a little bit more for both Dwayne and Mike's concerns.
And remember, everybody, from Chel's introduction from a few hours ago, this is going in the wrong direction. We're trying to make things that are conserving energy, and this is loosening it up to where you don't have to conserve energy at all.
Mike Kennedy, you have your hand up. You have a question? Comment?
Sorry, I'll get it down.
Okay. So I want to make sure everybody who needs to say something is able to say something. So it sounds like some revisions are in order. CJ, do you feel like you have the adequate input to provide a revised language, or do you want to convene a few people to help you put together revisions that might be more acceptable?
Yeah, and I would like comments on the circadian stimulus idea as well. And again, if people don't want to talk about that now and want to see how we could tackle that, that can be something we can do as a breakout session.
Let's talk about that next, but I guess for the part we've talked about thus far, do you feel like you can get together the right people, if any, to provide a revised proposal that doesn't move us backwards on energy savings?
Yeah, and I think that it probably is a conversation that should include Dwayne and Mike. And I think we can do that ourselves.
Yep, that sounds great.
Or whoever else is interested in participating in this.
Sounds great. David, ready? We can't hear you, David, if you're talking.
Sorry about that. Just a question. Does the C406 reduced lighting power, would that affect, with this change, would that affect this threshold? Or is this going to be still separate from the C406?
I think C406 is only about general lighting.
General lighting, okay.
But I guess it could
Thanks.
include other things, you know. Mike McGivern.
Yeah, I just like to add that what I've seen a bit of is that CJ had alluded to the fact that it's so hard to document in the lighting form how all of these added fixtures and utilizations. And what I've noticed over the years is that a tenant will move into a space, and one in particular I can think of here just recently is building permit, got their daylight responsive controls installed in a B occupancy, issued a certificate of occupancy, and then I'm in there a week later looking at a whole new track light system in an art gallery, because they didn't want to bother with trying to add this information to their original application and to basically comply with the energy code requirements. So, you know, I don't think I'm an outlier here in what I'm seeing. You know, we're talking about trying to reduce by 19% the total quantity of energy used in this code cycle. And, you know, one of the ideas would be somehow to capture these additional installations that fall out of compliance on purpose. You know, people are avoiding the application of the energy code specifically because due to cost and compliance issues. And I mean, I see where CJ is going with this proposal. I think it makes a lot of sense from a lighting design perspective and from a judicial review, jurisdictional review standpoint. But, you know, the reality is that people are going in after the fact and making all these changes that don't comply with the energy code. That's my point.
Okay, thanks. Lisa.
Yeah, I just wanted to clarify that in section C 406.3, which is the reduced lighting power, additional efficiency credits, it does appear that that reduction, the percent reduction, applies to all interior lighting. It doesn't differentiate between general area lighting and then additional lighting. So those multipliers would apply to the decorative and highlight fixtures as well.
Okay, good information. David.
Sorry, forgot to bring my hand down.
Okay, CJ.
Yeah, and I just do want to say that almost every job is going for that 10% lighting credit now. It's squeezing the watts that we have to spend on anything special like lighting art even more. So just that comment.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so CJ is going to come back to us with a revision that is energy neutral or even better than that, perhaps. Why don't we talk about circadian lighting? CJ, do you want to briefly introduce that or reintroduce us to that?
Sure. So we have lighting products that are being more widely put into practice in the marketplace that are tunable white, that allow you to change the color temperature from cool to warm, depending on time of day. There is a perceived connection to improved human health. Don't want to get into that. Suffice it to say, it's a treatment that is in the marketplace, and I don't know that we should be passing judgment on it. But it's something that people want to do. So the code doesn't currently address it at all. These products are twice the load of their counterparts based on the fact that it's 2 different color temperatures of white. I was hoping that we could find a way to deal with this in the code so that it's something that's stated clearly instead of it being a vague thing.
Do these fixtures, CJ, allow only one of the colors to be turned on at a time?
Oh, no, it's a graduated amount between the two to be able to allow you to tune it to whatever you want in the range.
Is it possible that both would be on at the same time at full power? So it would be twice as much power draw as the 50% reduction that you're writing in your proposal?
You know, I don't actually, I haven't metered any of these to know if they in fact do end up both being on at full power at some point in time. I wouldn't be surprised if some products do and some products don't.
It seems like what we'd want to do from the energy perspective is somehow ensure that they're not both on at the same time, or that they're not on, if one's on 50%, the other one's on 50%, that's fine. But that the total outputted energy at one given time is not the entire connected load.
Does anybody else have any thoughts about how to tackle this? I don't have an answer to that. Sorry, Chell.
That was also my concern about this, that I think I read about one that kind of maintains a pretty stable power draw, but it shifts from one side of the color to the other. But I'd want to say at the maximum power that's used at any one time.
Mike Kennedy.
I'd be very interested to hear what Michael Myers had to say on this subject. So I don't know whether he's going to join us for his proposals, but this makes me nervous as it is, but I don't know anything about it.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully we can get him back on the call. Is anybody able to text him?
Jill, this is Lewis.
Hey, Lewis.
I think he's had something come up. I think he'll be back, but I'm not sure exactly when. I could look into it. If you can maybe go to some other proposal. How much more stuff do you have? I know it'd probably be handy to do now, wouldn't it? Right?
Well, he's got about 6 out of the last 10 proposals or so. So his presence, we can always kick the can down the road, but that just means
let me check and see what I can do.
But if he's not available, he's not available. Irina.
So I dealt with this years ago when we were creating color tuning like technical requirements at the Design Lights Consortium. And I think one of the other things that complicates it is sometimes there's actually 3 different color LEDs that are mixed, and sometimes even 4. But I'd have to go back and look through my notes. But I think that in general, the highest energy draw was at higher color temperatures. And at higher color temperatures, you wouldn't have, you would just have the cooler LED on. So I don't know that there would be, I mean, of course it's always possible, but I don't know that it would be I would assume that there would not be a situation where both are on at the same time. And I can go back and dig through my notes. We interviewed lots of manufacturers when we were developing those requirements.
It sounds like it might not be 50-50 though.
Mm,
In one of the modes, using more than.
yeah, I think, right. I think that you're right that it wouldn't be 50-50, but it was never more consumption than the high CCT would draw, if that makes sense. Like that would, the highest temperature would be, for the most part, the highest consumption. And I think the other thing that manufacturers were telling us at the time, and this was, I want to say 4 or 5 years ago, so this could be outdated information, but that like there were the newest set of chips that were available at the time actually made that delta in energy consumption from low to high color temperature pretty negligible. I can dig through my notes and follow up. Michael Meyer might be a better resource since my information's a few years old.
My cursory understanding of this whole concept is that you would have the higher color temperature on during a majority of the day, and then you go to lower color temperature as the sun would be setting. Is that generally correct?
Yeah, but I think like the difference isn't like between, like the difference in the color temperatures might not be that much from high to low. Like you're looking at maybe 5,000 Kelvin at most, down to like, 3,000 maybe at least. CJ, can you speak to that?
Yeah, and I would suggest that this sounds like a really valid question to ask about the operating consumption, and I would bet we can get this information from some manufacturers with real data behind it.
Good idea.
That sounds like worth doing. And then to CJ's suggestion that we don't discuss the validity of the science behind circadian lighting. I guess I would, based on my research, there's science behind circadian light, certainly, but the effectiveness of it within artificial lighting environments seems like it, at least as far as I've seen, unproven. And carving out exceptions for it in the energy code seem, for an unproven, health benefit, to be at least questionable. So I guess there's that as well. Who wants to take a shot at talking to a manufacturer about the actual energy consumption of these fixtures?
Well, I don't mind doing that. It's not a problem. Maybe Arena and I can sort of tag team on it.
Yeah, I can reach out to Design Lines Consortium, who, they have tons of data on luminaires as well from a range of manufacturers.
Okay. Sounds good. So CJ, you are going to revise the proposal with help from others, and we'll reconsider the future tag. Does that sound like we resolved this for today, or is there more discussion that should have happened today? Arena and Mike, Kennedy, you still have your hands up, so I don't know if you have further comment. Okay, I see no further comment. So
CJ, do you think Sean Dara would want to have input as well? I'm just thinking he might have resources. Has he seen the lighting design lab, or where is he now?
Yeah, I talk to Sean all the time. I'm sure
Okay.
we'll regroup and discuss these things as group too. I do want to just understand, Chell, when would, and this is enough research that I think we want to make sure we have enough time to do it. When would we need to do this by?
So one of the last items today that we'll cover towards the end is schedule going forward. So we have lots and lots of proposals, and actually I haven't even seen them all. So I don't know how big the buckets are, but I would, but we're gonna kind of figure out what we're gonna do at each of the tag meetings so that we can invite the proponents and and make sure we're covering everything diligently. My guess would be we wouldn't hit lighting again next week, that we would hit it 3 weeks from now, because we have a building code council meeting 2 weeks from now, and we have another tag a week from now. So that you would have at least 3 weeks to come back with information. That sound good?
Quite possibly, yes, thank you.
Cool. All right. Mike Myers still not here, right? So, okay, so the next one is Dan Salinas, lighting power allowance for core and shell. Is Dan or?
Dan's not here, but I can speak to this one, I think. Although his code change proposal, I'll just have to look at your screen. We talked about this, and I think maybe there's another one that Mike Myers put forth about this as well, the space by space unfinished spaces comment. Essentially, we're running into a problem where we need to make sure that if it's a core and shell job, we're putting in stumble lighting for spaces that aren't currently being fit out. And the amount, this actually is an energy code savings one. So basically you will end up with people trying to find a way to qualify the tenant fit out space that doesn't have anything except for stumble lighting in it as something other than unfinished space. Therefore, they're kind of cheating the system. So this is adding a space to the table that is for unfinished space, so that then you get a specific amount that you can use for your stumble lighting, and you don't just get an extra ton of square footage and not very much power, so you can up the rest of your lighting on your job. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Is unfinished spaces defined anywhere or described anywhere? Mike Kennedy.
I guess the one thing I can think of right off is it seems like this might have an interaction, by adding this space type, might have an interaction with C406 and allowing lighting credits to be claimed on their unfinished space. So that would be something that would need to be addressed, I think.
I'm sorry, I didn't follow that, Mike Kennedy.
Well,
well, 406 currently allows unfinished spaces and lighting power reductions within them.
I believe the intent is it only applies to the lighting that's finished. Lisa could tell me how this, if I could be wrong here. So that unfinished spaces would not be, couldn't qualify for the lighting credit at this point. But if we start giving it an LPD here, it seems like then suddenly we're opening ourselves up to that, but.
Okay.
I agree with that concern of Mike's.
And that doesn't necessarily negate this. It's just something that would need to be addressed. It might need to be addressed now, for all I know.
We've worked on several buildings at LMN recently that have had some shelled space or some space for future build out. And I guess, yeah, you could potentially, in the building method, have lots of extra lighting power density in all the other spaces in the building because you're not putting lots of lighting in the unfinished space. That's, yeah, I hadn't really thought through that fully. Does seem like a concern. Dave Reddy.
Similar concern, or I haven't thought through, but how would this potentially impact C407? Could you get credit with this update in the C407 analysis for your unfinished spaces? And that's maybe actually a general suggestion for the next code proposal round, is to have like a separate section in the code proposal, just like, does this impact C406 and does this impact C407? Just so the proposers, because I'm trying to think through those questions as I go through every one of these.
And chapter 5.
And chapter 5, yeah, existing. Yeah.
Good idea. We will just have to do that ourselves on this one.
Yeah.
Lisa.
Yeah, I was going to respond to Mike's question, but Mike, I want to make sure I understood your question. You may,
Well, it was just the question was, if we have a C, I guess I don't know what's happening currently, but I had always thought that if it was unfinished space, it wouldn't be getting, you'd be getting the lighting credit maybe for the building area, but not for the unfinished space.
yes, yeah.
But so my concern was if we start assigning it some kind of official LPD that that maybe they could somehow qualify for C406, or and that, as we talk about it more, I'm wondering whether there's just some ambiguity there we should clean up.
Yeah. Well, the quick off the top of my head answer to that is that our understanding of code intent is that if somebody were to submit under shell and core, they can apply for additional efficiency credits for the areas that are being built out, but the unfinished spaces, they cannot claim that they're accomplishing credits until those spaces are built out. Now, that doesn't apply to like envelope details, but for things like mechanical systems or service water or lighting, our understanding of code intent is that, yeah, you can't claim a credit for an unfinished space. So I don't know if this code change muddies that, but that's our understanding of code intent.
Mike Fowler.
The integrated draft already addresses this in C405.4.2 interior lighting power allowance. It says buildings with unfinished spaces shall use the space by space method. And you go to CO 405.4.2.2 space by space method. In that it says where a building has unfinished spaces, the lighting power allowance for the unfinished spaces shall be the total connected lighting power for those spaces, or 0.2 watts per square foot, whichever is less. So it seems to be addressed currently in our integrated draft.
Very good point. I guess if one was under the building method, the whole building method, one wouldn't see that, right?
Well, I think the charging statement of just interior lighting power allowance, you can use either the building area method or space by space. And then below that, there's language added about what does buildings with unfinished spaces. So, I mean, it's all part of that original
Yes.
4.5.4.2.
Oh, that is, yeah, it's right in the first paragraph there. That's okay. That's quite clear then.
Yeah, and that's a great catch, and that it is new language in the integrated draft. Yeah, good catch.
So does that mean that this proposal is not essential? CJ.
Yeah, well, considering that I didn't write it, I want to make sure that I'm not speaking incorrectly to the intent. I would really like it if Dan could have a voice in this, because maybe I'm missing something.
Okay, we can bring it up later, but it does seem like, based on what Mike Fowler brought up, that the code is abundantly clear, and this wouldn't change the code, at least in my reading of it. David, ready?
Thanks for pointing to that, Mike. I guess a clarifying question: is the intent of that statement that the building, if it has any unfinished space, must use space by space for the entire compliance, or just should it be buildings or portions of buildings with unfinished spaces? Just to make clear that the intent would be just to apply that threshold to just the unfinished space, not necessarily limit you to using building area method if you have TI. Does that make sense?
I think
Yeah, so
your
the
question makes
C-
sense, David. Yeah, but I don't know. As it's written, yeah, if a building has unfinished space, then to me, it tells you you have to do space by space, and you can't do the building area method.
Yeah, I guess I would. I didn't catch this in the integrated draft phase, but that would be something I think we should look at, is to relaxing that threshold. You know, if you have a multifamily building with just 1,000 square feet of unfinished commercial space, do you want to limit them or require them to use space by space for the entire project?
I think that's a good question. Some code language need to be written to allow that exception.
I think there'd be the concern that because what they put in there isn't going to necessarily be compliant with that assumption. I mean, you've assumed it's under the building area method. I mean, because then if in the TI, it'll have its own lighting budget, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there could be space by space. I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I guess it could be just that statement. Instead of saying buildings with unfinished spaces, it could just be portions of buildings with unfinished spaces.
Right? Can you combine the space by space method with the building area method? Or
Generally speaking, no, but I think what this is trying to address is that first, assign a limit to the unfinished spaces, as Mike pointed out. And then, yeah, I don't quite totally know the intent of requiring all buildings with any unfinished space to use the space by space.
I think our experience is that everybody uses the space by space anyway.
Our experience with multifamily is most all projects use the building area method.
Oh, right, because most of the building is exempted.
Aaron.
Yeah, I'd like to say I agree with this being addressed. I've certainly seen lighting compliance forms filled out where the total area of the unfinished space, which can be, 80% of the building, these office TIs, is counted, and then the stumble lighting is counted. You end up with this lighting power density that's minuscule compared to what is actually allowed by code. To me, this integrated language doesn't particularly make sense, because what it's effectively saying is you're capping your lighting power density for your stumble lighting to be 0.2 watts per square foot. But what it's saying basically is it allows you to trade off. If you want to do higher than 0.2 watts per square foot for your stumble lighting, you can trade that off by having a lower lighting power density elsewhere in the building. And I think what fundamentally doesn't make sense to me is, why are we combining permanent lighting with impermanent lighting? It doesn't really make sense to lump all of these things together. Stumble lighting will be replaced, right?
Yeah, that's a really good point.
So why not? I don't know. If the intent is to limit, if there's really a concern that that folks are installing stumble lighting that is a way higher lighting power density than it should be, what would effectively make sense would be to say, comply with the unfinished portion of your building completely separately, entire different bucket from however you want to do the rest of your building. So you can use building area method or space by space for all of your building that is not unfinished, and then separate out your unfinished areas and just say 0.2.
since we don't have the proponent here, and this is, we have also potential revisions, and since Mike Meyer is now with us, I would love to move to proposals where we have the proponent in the room. Does anybody have any final thoughts, substantive thoughts that we could then pass on to the proponent to revise the proposal, this proposal? Lisa.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that in the lighting compliance web tool, it would be pretty easy to add or change it so that it's clear that unfinished areas have to be documented independently of the shell and core areas. So that would be something that could be easily accommodated that might help with this. It doesn't change what's being proposed here, but just from a documentation perspective for those that are considering that, I think that's how we would handle it, is that it would be that as soon as the user indicates that the lighting is going to be in an unfinished area, it would be put in a separate console, a separate bucket, so that they aren't combined. And that would address what I'm sorry, I didn't catch who was speaking before, the concern he had about that.
Okay, sounds good. CJ, do you have any final thoughts?
Yeah, I was just going to suggest that I connect maybe Aaron and Lisa to Dan and see if we can hone in on what this language wants to be, if in fact additional language is needed. I do think that there is a loophole that people are using, as Aaron brought forth, which is that people are slyly allowing the entire square footage of the project to come into play, even though maybe it doesn't get picked up by the permit reviewer, I'm guessing. Mm-hmm. So I guess I just am suggesting that maybe I'll start an email with Aaron and Lisa and Dan to see if we can get better language for this.
That sounds great. And can you also include the language for C405.4.2 that includes the sentence buildings with unfinished space shall use the space by space method, and incorporate that into this as well?
C405.4.2. Yeah.
0.2.
Which is what Mike Fowler brought up. All right, thank you. Well, let's head back to C405.2.9, exterior lighting footprint. And Mike Meyer, you are on.
Thank you. I'm sorry, is this the exterior lighting values or the exclusions? I'm sorry, don't have it in front of me again.
This is the lighting zones and site allowances.
Oh, great. So basically, California just changed theirs, and 90.1 is about to change theirs. The numbers you're using are very similar to the 90.1 2016 numbers. And the reason why I point out the 2016 numbers was, at the time, LED was very novel, as well as we didn't entirely know how to treat certain light loss factors. So the proposal that I'm putting out there is very similar to what 90.1 is currently evaluating. It's a little higher than some of the California values, but it represents about a 40% reduction, primarily driven by two major things. One is just a really significant change in LED technology, since technically the 2016 values were really 2015 technology. So it's a forward-looking update of technology. As well as in 2016, we had, again, LEDs were very new and we didn't entirely know certain design aspects of it when it comes to light loss factors, and erred on the conservative side. And since then, there's been a lot of new data about that. And just by kind of correcting for that design philosophy, which was fine at the time, but we have better data now. Again, between just changing for newer efficacy and the light loss factors, that's where you're picking up this 40% reduction pretty much across the board.
I think I have a different proposal up. Let me try to figure out which one he's speaking to.
Oh, I apologize.
But you're speaking. This is pretty significant reductions. for all kinds of exterior lighting categories, right?
Right.
Yep.
I think right proposal.
If you scroll back up to where you started at the first one, I did just want to check with Mike Meyer. I mean, this is pretty interesting, but they're like looking at walkways for building grounds, it's going from 0.5 to 0.04. So that's like a 92% reduction. And that's intentional, right?
Yes. So there's two things that you should notice is that the lighting zones, one is kind of meant to be, I don't want to say intrinsically dark, but it's definition of lighting zone 1, national parks, state parks, very rural areas. Lighting zone 4 is your extremely high environment where you're talking small sections maybe of the wharf in Seattle and a few other places. So you should focus on zones 2 and 3. And the only reason why I'm going into this background is that there should be a scalar where lighting zone 1 is significantly less than lighting zone 4. And in 2016, that relationship wasn't always there. And so if you look at the previous values, sometimes you'll see the same value for lighting zone 1 and lighting zone 2. And in reality, the whole concept of lighting zones are less light in 1, most light in 4, but pretty much everyone lives in 2 and 3. So 1 is really, when you read the definition of 1, it's your state parks, your national parks, your very rural areas.
Well, this is cool. I can see that pedestrian tunnels bumped up a bit, which I think everybody is happy about, but everything else is showing significant reductions, and that's mostly due to the change in lighting technology, right?
Yeah, so the three things: change in technology, change in practice, and then again, this just kind of smoothing out to make sure that zone 1 to 4, there's kind of a slope now versus before, if you looked, the only ones, I'm not gonna lie, the only one that really isn't is ATMs. ATMs are kind of a pain because of a really bad ATM lighting law. And so kind of everyone just kind of says this is what it is, but I'm not gonna lie, I don't know of any rural ATMs. Like there might be an ATM outside a state park somewhere, but they're pretty rare. So I'm not too worried about that. But because of practical reasons, those don't scale. But pretty much the three changes are better technology, change in light loss factors, because in 16 we were very conservative, and then just making sure everything kind of flowed so that in relation to how the lighting zones really are.
Cool.
And these values are slightly higher than California. Their analysis was equally as robust as ours. We can talk about some of the small differences in approaches and technologies and things like that. But so far, we're feeling pretty good on the numbers. And there are a couple places, as Dwayne said, pedestrian tunnels. And if you really dial into like 1 or 2 places where one zone number cheated up a little bit, it was, again, part of that was the smoothing, but there's a handful of places where a couple numbers tweaked a little bit higher, but for the most part, it's a reduction.
I should let everybody know that usually my interactions with Mike Meyer at ASHRAE are giving him flack about being too conservative about stuff. So I'm not worried that he might have gone too far on things. This looks great.
CJ.
Yeah, I support this. I think I saw a typo. Actually, it's the cell that you're highlighted right here. If the zone 4 is the highest, I'm assuming it's supposed to be 0.14, not 0.014. There you go.
I appreciate that. My apologies.
Seems reasonable. Mike Kennedy.
I just wanted to clarify for Dwayne, the values that went from 0.5 to 0.04 of the walkways. The big change there is actually going from linear feet to square feet. So if your walkway, like in zone 3, if your walkway is 6 feet or wider, it's actually an increase in the budget. And if it's 6 feet or less, increase.
Yeah, that was the one place I was commenting where we made a couple of changes. The problem got into when you started really getting into the small details of the narrow walkways. That's previously it had been done by linear feet, but then people were finding, well, the other ones are in square feet, and that is one where it's a slight difference. Admittedly, there's a couple of things that are different, but it's not a giveaway. It's more of a just change in. We kind of a number of designers said we just couldn't do it because of the width of the walkway was more problematic, and that's why it switched to a square footed than a linear.
Did you evaluate like what percentage lower Title 24 is than this?
I have a file that when we were doing this compared Title 24, compared values I had that were actually a little lower and a few other ones. I mean, so part of the problem is that when you start dealing with small decimals, numbers can get, percentage-wise, can get huge. So, like, you know, for instance, going from 0.1 to 0.2 to from 0.2 to 0.1 is a 50% reduction, but it's fundamentally maybe not. So I don't have all of California's. I can tell you many of California's values are slightly lower. There's some that right on. Like I would have to really get into it. Like a couple of our zone 3s really line up. You're like, oh, these line up. And actually, we actually adopted the proposal here is that we exempted stairs, and California exempted stairs. And kind of the logic there is that outdoor stairs are kind of hard to define. Like, is it the landing? Is it the tread? And that not a lot of stairs are lighted, and it's a life safety issue. It's just not a lot of power to give away. And on some levels, it's easier just to exempt it. And so we actually adopted California's there, or proposed to adopt it.
CJ.
Sorry, still have my hand up. Apologize.
David.
I just wanted to point out the brief description for this proposal doesn't seem to be aligned with the actual proposal. Just wanted to know if this was like a copy paste thing and if there's some content missing. Okay.
I had a lot of drafts open. I apologize.
Yeah. Is there supporting documentation that was intended to be added besides just the description being off?
I just didn't have the time to get the supporting documentation in a good enough shape. I would, on some levels, kind of point that this is similar proposals from California 90.1 are being developed. So part of it's just what I can't share, when I can share is the problem. So I'm struggling, but hopefully we'll have some, yes. But I can give you the real numbers. I could say, you know, so put this in context. In 2015, the LED efficacy was about 82 lumens per watt. Now, even if you're using just DLC, you're at 105 standard and 120 in premium. So that's where you're really picking up that big gain. And some of this is just scaling. You're like, well, if you know, and so some of that. But there is some supporting documentation. I'm kind of stuck in when I can share it.
Yeah, no, I guess I mean just for future reference, just to clean up the proposal, even if it was just like, you know, this is based off what California is doing, just some that kind of thing can help for future reference.
Done.
And we do need some economic data as well.
Well, could I ask about that? Because Mike Meyer, is there any additional cost, or is this just that standard equipment got more efficient and in some cases you decided you didn't need as much light?
So it's a great question. So we were actually working with BC Hydro. I think I have that in that proposal. So BC Hydro, they had a subconsultant out of Canada, and they priced some fixtures, and very much like you're saying, Dwayne, that basically the cost between the 2015 equipment and the 20 today cost, other than up until really just the pandemic, the prices were basically the same, accounting for the Canadian difference, and the US dollars are the same as well. So it really, from a cost point of view, the argument that I would write is this is really just the technology has matured or just changed in efficacy. You couldn't buy a less efficient, there's some, but not a lot of less efficient technologies you could buy, comma, the design practices improved. And that's really the economics of the story.
So in that case, I'm asking, I guess it's a question for staff. Is an economic analysis necessary if there's no associated additional cost?
You at least have to state that and provide some basis to prove your point. You can't just ignore it.
Understood. The data I'm referring to from BC Hydro, I should be able to share somewhat. So yeah, and it very much shows. Here's roughly kind of flat price over time and improvement in efficacy. So yes, understood your request.
Great. Okay. I didn't hear anyone who had issues with this, with the numbers in the proposal. Are there any more comments on the numbers in the proposal? Otherwise, I'll file this under no changes, and we can, expedite approval of this at our next meeting. Assuming there's some appropriate cost data and all that stuff. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone raising their hand. So, and then there was that one minor change to 0.14 from 0.014, but I think that was the only change that I saw. Okay, well, we can move on to the next one, which is also putting you on the spot, Mike Meyer, for this is track lighting reduction.
So, so the issue or the logic here is that you have multiple types of track. You have what's called line voltage track, which is taking the branch circuit and running it. If you just use that track right now, you would rate it at 16 watts a linear foot. You have the option, if you don't want to be counted for that much power, you can use a current limiter. If you use a low voltage track or a remote driver track, you would count the wattage of the driver or transformer feeding the track. Based on, well, if you look at such as IECC, they changed it to 8. ASHRAE has not changed it since 1999, and we're in the process of, we have an addenda out to change it to 10. Provided an analysis on it. Mike Kennedy sent me a note on that I need to look at something in it. Overall, the idea here is just that rating the length of the track at a 10 watt a linear foot ultimately lays the groundwork for easily reducing the retail allowance adder as well as a sales LPD, because you can use the same amount of track in a space because the technology is all shifted into LED. The power on the track is less. And we provided pretty thorough analysis of how the original ASHRAE value got developed, as well as an analysis of scaling it and available Energy Star track heads and replacement lamp or directional lamps, as well as directional heads, and just kind of providing kind of different numbers it could be. The end result, all of this is just saying how you rate the length, the watts per foot. And as I say, IEC is currently at 8 linear watts per foot. ASHRAE has an addendum for 10 watts a linear foot right now.
Great. Any CJ?
Yeah, I actually was gonna do a change code proposal on this too, until I did a little tally. Honestly, I think that most of the track heads out there, okay, so there are some really good track heads that are high output, and then there are some really poor efficacy track heads that are super tiny and awesome and beautiful and cute, but they're probably like in the 11 watt range. I basically was gonna try to do a change code proposal saying that we should go to the 8 watts that is in IECC, and came away with the fact that I couldn't prove that we could get it that low. So I actually am in favor, Dwayne, you're gonna like me for this, for keeping the 16 watts per linear foot in our code, because I actually think that's fair. I mean, you're spacing, fixtures in your track really no more than like 18 inches apart, if you even have that many on your track. But I guess I'm just kind of, I don't think we need to lower it to give ourselves a little more of a pat on the back for it. So I guess I'm just not seeing us need to reduce. I think we can still go to the higher amount in Washington State, personally.
CJ, Andrew?
I'm also not in favor of it. I did a bunch of research with some track lights from some major manufacturers and could easily find ones when you're trying to do some work that it's at 12-foot ceilings, 16-foot ceilings. There's no way an 8-foot is going to have enough center beam candle power to be able to give focal light to that artwork, which you're trying to always get at least 5 to 10 times brighter than the surrounding area when you're doing design. So I would agree with the 16 because there was actually finding a lot of fixtures that were in the 20, 22 watt range. I do realize that this isn't coming out for another 2 years or 2.5 years by the time it's proposed. So I think the 16 watts is right, and just keep it the way that it is because it doesn't specify for different ceiling heights. If there was something different in there that would say for a higher ceiling height above 8 foot or 10 foot, then I might agree to dropping a little bit.
Thanks, Andrew. Dwayne?
My question for both Andrew and CJ is, it's kind of interesting. You've each just mentioned situations where you could see higher usage. Maybe you got a jewelry store going or something. But just kind of looking more broadly at your overall experience, what do you think is a good average that is being used by for track systems?
I could jump. So if I answer that, I think that, you know, we're just starting to get to the 2018 code where it's at the 16 watts per linear foot mark. And I think people are starting to just use that. And I think it actually is the right target. Because you know, that still means that those high output fixtures, you're not really going to be spacing them every foot on center. So I think 16 watts per linear foot is the right target. In terms of the marketplace, I think people are still using current limiters and they're actually rating their systems based on their current limiters or their power supplies. The power supplies kind of suck because you never get the power supply to match the amount that's actually on your track. So I don't prefer to do it that way. But I think 16 watts per linear foot is the right target.
Mike Kennedy.
Yeah, I just wanted to say I mean, this is the default value for the track. So if we say 8 here, they can put in a bunch of track. They can put anything they want on it, you know, later on. So I think that having a value low is not necessarily to the benefit of the code. It does allow someone to put in more track if they're not using a current limiter, but they have the option to use a current limiter. I think Michael Myers talked about, you know, a display light power reduction that he feels we could make if we lowered this number. But currently we're not reducing our display light. I don't think there's a proposal in to do that. So I think, and then the other thing I'll say is, having been the person that argued for 16 in the last code cycle, you know, the data that we have regionally is the 30 watts that ASHRAE used. You know, we were used 50 in that same time period, and the number that we actually got from the field data was 55 watts as an average for all buildings. So going to 8 is definitely low. 16 is probably a tiny bit high. But then I just was looking at some Philips fixtures, brand new out, and they're like 34 watts, you know, for high-end display light. And they're extra bright, but I don't think we should go low here.
Okay, I'm hearing a bit of consensus towards not approving this proposal to lower from 16 to 8. Show me with your reactions, because we haven't done that for a while. Are you in favor of not moving forward with this proposal? That's the sense I'm getting. Okay.
Yeah, there's not a medium thumb on the fence kind of
On the
emoticon.
fence. They shine better.
Well, I mean, I wanted to say I like the direction the proposal is going. Where I was having hiccups or hurdles was in the documentation where the first summary paragraph says the recommendation was 10, and then at the bottom there's a whole bunch of other tests where it's the max. It gives a range, but I'll just say the maximum. The maximum was 12, 9, 12, 10, 9, rounding up 11. In that sort of field, I guess it looks like field testing where there's retail and non-retail and various mixes. So it seemed like 8 was low, but it seemed like 16 might be a touch high. So that's where it's hard to glean from the documentation provided with the proposal what would be a good number or what's a good average, because it ranges from 10 to 18 in terms of the upper range.
Okay. Well, we are going to vote on this at a later date. So if the proponent would want to come back with a different number other than 8, a lot of people don't like 8, then I guess we would consider that. My guess is that if it came back with 8, it would get voted down. So maybe there's a better number that can be brought out. So with that, let's move on to the next proposal. And Mike Myers, you're up again with an LPA footnote cleanup.
Yeah, I think these are somewhat benign. I think it was just the way, if this is the one I'm remembering, I think it said 1 watt a square foot, and then it converted to watts per meter incorrectly. And just in the document, you sometimes, 1 watt is less than 0. It should be 1 watt per square foot should be less than, it should be 0.09, something like that. It was just that sometimes it wasn't consistent, and I think that's just all I'm trying to say is the math wasn't tracking as well as the conversions were written in slightly incorrectly.
Square foot equals meters. Okay. Yeah, that seems quite clear and very factual.
Why did you change it from watts per square foot to just square feet and watts per meter squared to just meters squared? Or is that in the integrated draft? I'm confused.
Well, I apologize. I'm not looking exactly at the text. I think there was one issue in that in some cases you were saying that you were scaling it, but the scaling was really related to the watts, and then the square conversion, and then the other times it wasn't. I think it's just the way the text is written grammatically, where it says 1 watt. I think it's supposed to say 1 square foot equals this, and yes, watts scale. But I think it was just trying to understand the conversion. And it's a small suggestion, but if you want to keep the watts in there, I think it's just more semantics.
Well, I think the point of it was the values in the table are watts per square foot that it's connected to. So how would the power? So the watts per meter squared would be what we're looking for, right? In the conversion.
Yep. You just divide by 10.76. So yeah.
So that change at the top line should not be made. It should still say watts per square foot and watts per square meter.
Yes.
Okay.
That's my understanding, but I'm confused.
Because I think what's on the screen there does not match what's in the code. So to kind of clear this up, what it says in the code, it says 1 watt per square foot, and it gives 11 watts per meter squared. So the correction should be, it should say 1 watt per meter squared. So I think it's just the edit is incorrect relative to what's in the code. What's being proposed is a fix that I think is necessary. It's just what's shown on the screen here isn't the correct fix. Yeah, it says.
The code is correct. The integrated draft. I'm confused.
Yes. It says 1 watt per square foot. Oh, I see what you're saying. I
Because
see.
1 watt per square foot equals 11 watts per square meter, which is with some rounding.
Yeah, yeah,
Right.
okay,
Yeah,
yeah.
it's
I-
10.7 something, but yes, it rounds to 11.
Yeah, you're right. So yeah, it should say 1 watt per, I'm sorry, it should say 1 watt per square foot. So I think the correction there is, it is correct. I mean, it would be good to pick that up.
So there's no, so we could, it's.
I think the
no
issue that I had was while I was reading the document, I think your are units used in 2 different places, and I'll get to my draft and I'll look it up. But I think that the issue I found was that the conversion is written in a couple of places, not consistently. And I think I was just trying to, I was mostly going for the correction and consistency. And I can find the examples where how it's in the different ways it's written. But I think that's the end purpose of this comment.
Oh, it's true. Under C405.4.2.2, space by space, it says 10.76 watts per meter squared is a conversion, which is a translation of that. So yeah, we should be consistent, and we should either be 10.76 or 11 when we talk about it.
And I think given the how the lighting calculation is done, it should be exact rather than rounded.
Yeah, that's a good point. But yeah, the fix would definitely be beneficial. So I wouldn't say that we don't move forward with this. It needs a little bit more work.
Yeah. And then, Krista, could you just write in there, the same correction needs to be made in 405.4.2.2. There's a correction there's a piece of math that's not correct in terms of converting watts per square meter. .4.2.2. So yeah. All right, well, that's good. Do we need to cross out the reserved ones? Or I guess use the code proposal that we, I'm unclear about the reserved strikeouts here.
The comment about the reserve strikeouts are just, there's many now that are being reserved, and that I understand people get familiar with the lettering, but a large chunk of the middle section is reserved now. And you could probably this is just a suggested kind of just, well, not everything in the table mapping is correct. I think if you look, I think I got all the table references. There's 1 or 2 that are incorrect. And then the other one is just a suggestion that if more than half your list or roughly half your list is reserved, maybe just to wholesale overhaul and dump the reserves. And so that way, just so that people aren't, you're getting into, I think, M's and P's, but with a large number of reserves. So it was just a tidiness. Nothing more than that, just that.
Okay. And then is there any other changes below that? Below where we are now?
I didn't have more time to touch the table. I just saw that. That was the comment I had. Thank you.
And then neon and cold cathode light emitting LEDs. That was stricken in the proposal.
Yeah, I don't remember the exact text, but I feel those are exceptions. Is that what the text is? I don't remember what the LED comment, the text, and why it calls out LED in the text. I apologize. I don't have that in front of me, so I don't know exactly the rationale there was. But you're using LEDs more, and I feel that the exception was a carve out, and I think those are the only sources that are exempted. And the text, I don't remember why the text is written the way it is, but I don't think you want to identify the sources. I think it was more the concern.
Yeah. Yeah, why would LEDs be inherently ornamental lighting? That doesn't necessarily make sense.
That's it.
Okay, anybody have any more comments on this proposal? Speak now. Mike Fowler.
Just to clarify, I mean, neon isn't, I mean, I view that as potentially ornamental lighting. That's why is that crossed off?
Yeah, that's how I usually see neon too.
I personally love neon, so I have nothing wrong with neon. I think it was just more, I didn't know. I mean, you're right. I rescind that because it is never really used for general or functional lighting. It is in a decorative or ornamental way. So I rescind that. And you probably could use cold cathode because cold cathode is really only used in coves as well. So thank you for that clarification.
I don't know, some man caves probably use neon as their general lighting. Okay, all right, we have one change for this. Other than that, everybody seems to generally agree with this. That's the sense I get. So I'm gonna move this on my sheet to the some changes, but in general, we agree with this. Please let me know if you don't agree with that. If you do agree with that. Okay. Great. All right, let's move on to the next one. That would be another Mike Meyer one. This is space by space, unfinished spaces editorial, which might be similar to, did we already consider this?
I'm pretty sure, I think that's a conversion issue.
Okay. This is C405.4.2.2. Yeah, that's the one I was just pointing out to Krista is, yeah, it's, the math needs to be corrected. So that makes sense to me. Anybody have any thoughts? All right, let's move on. Hard to disagree with just correcting the math. Okay. Exterior building grounds lighting, another Mike Meyer one.
I think this is where I propose removing the term exit sign from the list, mainly in that I'm not a code official, but I've never seen an exit sign outside. And so all I was saying is that I don't think, there's no harm in leaving it. I just don't know if there's any value in keeping it because once you're outside, you've exited. And so my read is, I just don't know of an example where it exists.
Yeah, I've seen it for where there's performance spaces or wedding spaces or something like that outdoors that are surrounded by a fence.
Yeah, we've got exterior courtyards that to get, you need to go back into the building, so there are exit signs, exterior exit signs directing you either interior or to an exterior stair down. We've had exterior lighting or exit signs as well.
Thank you for, I just was unaware, and all those examples make a lot of sense, so thank you. So I rescind that.
Well, this is, Exterior building grounds lighting, what?
Is this the one about efficacy and motion sensors?
Yes, that is in there as well.
Okay, so the suggestion with the efficacy and the motion sensors is the way that text is written. It says you have to be 90 lumens per watt unless you're connected to an occupancy sensor. Then it says exception. 1 is if you're solar. 2 if you're connected to an occupancy sensor. So my first comment is, isn't number 2 completely redundant with the preceding paragraph of text? They both say occupancy sensor, which totally makes sense. All I'm saying is that I think you've said it twice in the text and then in the exception list. The comment I had about the solar light is that my read is that a solar powered fixture is not hardwired to the building, and I would assume that it would be, and maybe it's a battery. We can get into the semantics of that. I just didn't think it would be covered by code because it's technically not hardwired into the building or grounds. I'm general when I'm saying it's not going back to a meter, basically. And so my only question was, isn't that exception, is that redundant, since would your code actually address it?
Comments, thoughts? My initial thoughts are, yeah, it's redundant that it's motion sensor because it says it in the main part and then it says it in an exception. And yeah, I don't know, Dwayne, any other building officials know whether things that are not connected to the electrical power grid are considered under permit?
Well, I don't, I'm looking at the beginning of chapter of 405, and I don't, in that charging paragraph, I don't see any exemptions. So I'm kind of, I hear the logic, but I'm kind of tempted to want to keep the solar powered lamp thing just because if your average building official is trying to figure this out, and we don't even know if it's covered or not. I could see somebody getting onto it. So my thought is that the solar powered thing is at least harmless and maybe should stay.
Lisa?
Well, actually, so I'm confused by the term lamp. If we do keep it, should the term be solar powered fixtures?
Luminaire.
Versus lamp?
Probably makes sense, CJ?
Yep, I just want to agree with both Lisa and Dwayne. I would say keep solar powered luminaire in, just because I think it'll help designers to make sure we're all clear on that.
And then CJ, do you feel like luminaire would be a better term than lamp?
Yes.
All right. All right, is there any other comments, or would everybody else gladly and willingly approve this at a later tag meeting? Okay, all right.
Should that read as an S? Luminaires.
There's.
Sorry, are you waiting on me?
No, I think we have this. I was kind of asking for if there's any more feedback on this thing, or would we all gladly and willingly approve this? And then we're going to go to total connected exterior lighting CO405.5.2, which is also you, Mike.
I don't remember this one. Can you give me a little help on that one?
C405.5.2, total connected exterior building lighting power. The total exterior connected lighting power shall be the total maximum rated wattage of all lighting that is powered through the energy service for the building exceptions. And then exit signs is the only one stricken out of this. And
Yeah, and this is the one you guys gave great examples, so I would rescind that one. Thank you.
Okay, rescinded. Okay, then we are going to exterior lighting reduction, C405.5.3. Which is also you, Mike. And this is your last one of the day for you.
Thank you. A little more help on this one because I'm confusing it with the the other one.
I guess, how is this?
This looks identical to the other one.
I think whoever made the comment about the copying errors, I think this is the cleaner version, and it was a copying failure on my end.
Yeah, this, I didn't notice that. This looks like the correct proposal.
And this has supporting material in it.
Yeah.
Sorry.
No worries. Thanks for submitting it. That's good to have all the information.
Always nice to check a thing off the list so quick.
Yeah.
It does make me think that the wrong proposal was submitted on the other one because with the section number different than the table that was actually amended to.
I will look. I'm not gonna lie. This was the big one that I wanted to most address. So this is the one that is the right. I know if this had the supporting information, this is the one with the meat in it. I'll go back. The other one was probably a very minor wordsmithing or redundancy issue, but I don't think it was major. But this one, if this one's the table with the supporting one, that's the one I'm happy you guys are hearing about. So that's my main focus at the moment.
Okay. And we generally thought that this one was a good one when we looked at it before. It has the data in it now that we were asking for. Are there comments on this proposal? Okay, all right. We're done with Mike Meyer then for his proposals, and we're going to go to Mike Kennedy for luminaire additions and alterations. See in chapter 5, which is about additions and alterations to buildings, renovations.
Okay, this is a proposal in C503 for alterations. There's a trigger when a space replaces more than 50% of their luminaires, then they have to comply with the lighting power code. 90.1, the IECC and the Seattle Lighting Code all have either 20% or 10%. I believe the IECC has 10% as their threshold. So, in other words, you touch very much the lighting in the space, you have to do, basically bring it into compliance. So this proposal is just to go to the Seattle and ASHRAE level of 20%, not to the model code's 10%. So that's what this proposal, and then the exterior lighting power, I believe that's also from 90.1. Or no, maybe that's a Seattle amendment, sorry. The exterior power allowance shall be determined using the specific area allowances of the areas altered and shall not include the site allowance. So that was a Seattle clarification. It's separate. So that's the proposal.
CJ.
Is there any sort of economic information about this? Whether or not people are going to find this to be?
I, did not provide costs because it's in the model code.
I took an attempt at that. You can see there. Now, note that this is taking the rest of the state to the Seattle level, which just means that if you're replacing 40% of the fixtures in a space in Tukwila, then you don't have to comply with this currently, but you do in Seattle. So it's those, I guess, fairly limited number of projects that are applying, that are replacing more than 20%, but less than 50% of their fixtures in a space. I don't know how often that happens, but I was coming up with an extra 75 cents a square foot for that, and a little bitty energy savings.
Is this on the online, where is this one found?
Somebody told me that this was not posted originally. Is that right?
This is in the packet that I have. So there's two proposals we're looking at that are adjacent to each other. One is from Mike and one is from Dwayne. And even if they're not assigned a number in the packet, if you click on the subject or the proponent, you will get to the proposal. Does that make sense, CJ?
Yeah, I'm just looking at the other spreadsheet Krista sent. I don't necessarily have any problem with this whatsoever. I was just really curious to see how the math played out.
I guess I'd like to look at it some more. I'm very concerned what impact this would have on the lighting retrofit business, because I think that's really what gets most triggered here. And I guess I'd particularly like to have the input of the electrical utilities and what impact they think this could have on lighting retrofit projects, since so many of them rely on those type of projects for a bulk of their new energy savings.
You know, I note that in Seattle already, where this is the way we've had the 20% in there for decades. And so that's already normal. And in fact, I hear that City Light is getting ready to pretty much abandon its lighting subsidy programs, because it's kind of, they're subsidizing what everybody's using anyway, and it's not that sensible. So I don't think, my guess, and I'd love to hear from utilities, but my guess is that at this point, utility money is not what's making upgrades happen. We kind of have gone through that over the last decade, haven't we?
CJ.
I'm sorry. Yeah, sorry.
Anybody from utility?
This is Mike. This is Mike Meyer. So PN 90.1 just changed theirs. I'm not going to get into it. It's a pretty. We went around and around. The committee did. All I'm saying it was spearheaded by Michael Lane at PSE, and so I'm just relaying that. So at least the one Washington-based utility is pretty supportive of, and his argument was that he was doing some 20% language cleanup. We changed it a little bit, but all I'm trying to say is that a Washington utility drove that on 90.1. Just trying to provide context.
That's great to hear. Andrew.
Sorry, couldn't find my unmute button in time when they kept mentioning utility. I was going to say that same thing. Michael Lane runs a pretty large program for PSC with dealing with lighting upgrades, and we're going to start shifting focuses towards controls, and he is supportive of that dropping to the 20. Plus, me personally, seeing it going to the 20, it's already in the model code, like Mike Kennedy said, and I think it makes sense just to follow that.
Okay, I'm I guess generally hearing consensus towards this being the 20% being a good number. We have two code proposals on the table. Dwayne and Mike, what What are the big differences between the two?
Now there's that piece that's highlighted, that's good to have in the proposal, but also the lead paragraph over on mine with the yellow highlight. It was just a little language cleanup that went along with this, that section is about lighting receptacles and motors and not lighting controlled receptacles and motors. So just a minor clarification there. So could we paste those two changes together?
I think we're all getting a bit tired. I sense a flagging level of comments on these. Lisa.
I just have a quick question for the proponent. So the exterior power allowance, can you explain that sentence again? Is that the basis of when the requirement to have full compliance with the code would kick in? So you're just saying that you can't put the base side allowance in that number when you're determining it? Is that what that says?
That's just for calculating the percentages.
Okay. Okay, I think I understand. Thank you.
Okay, so I guess we have the one on the left, the one on the right. Do we all agree with the one on the right with the addition of the extra sentence? Does that seem like a good way to go? Please vote with your thumbs and your green check marks.
Yeah.
And your voices. Okay. All right, so sounds good. So I will put this under, I think that we generally have consensus on this thing.
I'll withdraw mine. Can be off the table right now.
Sounds good. Okay.
Also,
And then,
that extra sentence did not come from Seattle code. I don't have it, but I like it, so it's good.
right. Not all innovation comes from Seattle.
So apparently.
Okay, so we really have only one left. It's a C4061. Well, we also said we were going to talk about schedule, and we have 8 minutes left. We know we'll come back to talk about lighting. So Eric, are you on, Eric?
This is Aaron. I actually authored this one.
Oh,
So
it says, okay.
it does say Eric on there, but I did author it, and I could talk to it.
If you waited the entire time to just talk about this, I wouldn't want to stop you from doing so. But I did want to spend some time on strategy. I guess, Krista, between you and I, we could figure out what's going to happen at every future code meeting. And that seems like a reasonable thing to do to me. Did you have different thoughts, Krista, on having this group kind of decide what happens at each meeting?
No, we can do it. One of the things that I was thinking is that if people had days that they specifically couldn't be there, we would try to accommodate them as much as possible. But
Okay.
we can do that offline as well.
Why don't we do that offline, you and I, and then we can reach out to proponents based on that.
Okay.
Okay. Okay, so Aaron.
Okay, I will try to cover this quickly. So the reason behind this change, and I guess the first thing I should say is that I think the integrated draft language actually did not find its way to C406.3.3. So the language for that, which I have struck, but it is an important talking point for this. That language should actually reflect sort of the updated language that's shown for it's in C405.1.1. So basically the language actually did change to go beyond just saying high efficacy lamps, it breaks it up into lamps and luminaires. And that is directly referenced earlier in this draft. So I would point out that that should be addressed, but really the point of this update is that right now there's not a distinction in the performance of the lighting in dwelling or sleeping units for those areas to get either 1 point or 3 points in the C406 credit table. So the way that it's written right now, there is no jump in performance to get additional C406 credits. So that's why I've added sort of, there's a bit of restructuring, but really it's that 95% of the lamps need to hit the 65 lumens per watt to get that initial reduced lighting power credit. And then that 72% lumens per watt is an additional 10% beyond that. And that is absolutely open for debate. I just wanted to point this out.
Thanks, Aaron. Mike Kennedy.
Agree that it is confusing. I did clarify and with the various people that have calculated these credits, and the credits assume there was virtually no change. I mean, the credits are basically totally calculated, even though they're applied to the whole area, they're calculated on the lighting change in the common area. Now there's the energy savings. They've just said, hey, we got a 20% reduction in our common area lighting, and that's such and such percent of the building. So that's how the credits were calculated. So they're not contingent on the lighting reduction in the unit, I'll just say.
So could you just tell us something about the availability of fixtures that for residential use that are at 65 and 72 lumens per watt?
Yes, in conversations with my lighting team, my understanding is 72 is definitely achievable. And you know, to Mike's point, I understand that that's how the points were devised. I think that there are so many assumptions that go into that, like the exact breakout between like the percentage of actual dwelling and sleeping units as compared to the corridors. And I'm really what that gets to is that doesn't address the fact that everything is now on an area, building area specific credit point. To, I mean, if that's the way that the points were all devised, then there should be an entirely separate column that's just for dwelling and sleeping units. Right? The way that it's structured right now doesn't make any sense then. We're just using...
I agree.
Yeah, I think you're on the right track because we've tried to do it by just upping the percentage of compliant lights, but I think that upping the performance of those 95% of the lights, that is smart. Thank you.
CJ and Lisa, just so you know, you have your hand up, but I feel like it's been up for a while, so I haven't called on you. Okay, CJ.
Yeah, I guess I just wanted to do a double check. I'm a little worried about having the reduced lighting power be just a small little uptick in lumens per watt. I know a lot of I think a lot of the light fixtures that would fall into this category are probably just going to be screw-in sort of A19 style lamps, which will easily be able to get this. However, if you end up with anything that is an MR16 style, the Californian like GU24 based things, the Sora retrofit lamps are only 51 lumens per watt. So just to be clear, it's not like it's a slam dunk. It's super easy to get this. I guess I kind of would rather see just 65 be the standard across the board instead of focusing in it the additional 72 lumens per watt, just because I don't know that many people are going to get to that level of inquiry.
Well, so this kind of brings up the language that wasn't included here that is part of the integrated draft, is that lamps have a 65 lumen per watt target and luminaires have a 45 lumen per watt target. So is that sort of getting at what you're pointing out right now?
Well, I'm just looking at lamps, and we all agree that luminaires can be much more efficacious. So it's just the lamp issue. And again, if it's especially like if it's a multi-use housing project, you're not going to get the integrated LED product. You're probably going to get the one with the retrofit lamp. So just thinking cost-wise, that's probably what they're going to go for.
Well,
I mean-
see, I just wonder though, LEDs last a long time. And so by the time that the new LEDs in these apartment buildings finally fail and get replaced, if progress has been continuing for the next few years, then the 72 is probably going to be the off-the-shelf product by that point, right? I think we'll probably converge.
Right. So then the savings go away.
It's funny, I actually figured this conversation would come up, and now that it's 2, we're just out of time. But I do think we still are getting really close to that peak, Dwayne.
And at that prompt, I think we do have to cut off conversation. We've all been here for 6.5 hours, and I appreciate everybody's time. And we'll have to pick this up, I think, again. And I think it'll also be part of the C406 conversation, because we'll have a lot of time where we talk about C406 and what's actually in the rest of the code, and then what is left for C406. So thanks everybody so much, and for all your proposals and all your intelligent thoughts today. And we made a lot of progress. So we'll see you next Friday, if not before.
Thanks,
That was fun.
Woohoo!
Thanks, Shell.
Bye, everybody.